everyone, this is Katie from Atelier Nekuzuki, and we are back. We are in the mad dash to finish up the whatever stock I can finish for Airdrie Creekside Yarn Festival. I'm just getting logged into or onto YouTube here so I can make sure that everything is streaming live, just so that if there's any tech issues I can see both sides, or at least I can pretend that I am. Alright, so obviously last night I did not come back on. I was so tired once we actually got to the point where the kids were ready to go to bed. So I just went, no, we're not even going to play with that tonight. Flynn is coming to quality control inspect today, so hopefully we don't have as many mishaps with the zippers as we did yesterday. Fingers crossed. Basically, a bunch of the zippers I put in, sorry, I'm going to clean up some stuff from under my chair wheels here because it's a little bit of a disaster right now under here. No big surprise. Okay, there we go. And the spaghetti monster of zipper needs to get out of here too. Anyway, yeah, a lot of them, the zippers that we installed yesterday ended up not getting caught on one side. I don't know if that's going to be the same case today, but we'll find out as we go. And if they're not, that would be amazing because it will actually save us a significant amount of time to not have to re-sew like half the zippers on one side. We are almost through everything, however, as well, so I'm not too worried about it. We're definitely further in than we were yesterday. Yesterday I also had a lot of, I had to figure out what I was doing and kind of what the status report of everything was. I had the big bags back in the cutting studio. I'm like, why are the big bags in the cutting studio? And I realized that once I pulled them out to the front here with the sewing studio side of things, that was because the webbing hadn't been installed yet. So I'm like, okay. So that was part of what slowed us down yesterday too. I'm pretty sure I got everything figured out on my control panel, because yesterday what was happening was my toddlers had messed around with the settings on my control panel for my sewing machine, because I have a motor control here, and it was just kept stitching, which is terrifying with an industrial machine if you're not prepared for it. So I messed around with my control panel last night, and I think I might have gotten it figured out, so we'll see. Anyway, we're gonna get going here with the actual webbing on the second side, and then we're going to go in to top stitch everything, and then we're going to go in and do the side seams. That is today's task, and then after that we're going to go in and cut both the lining and interfacing for small box bags, because they are in dire need of a restock. I think I'm down to 4 or 5 small box bags, and that's just not going to fly. They're one of my most popular products. So I did, however, want to get these big bags done because I keep teasing that I'm going to be doing these canvas bottom big bags, and I still haven't done a public release besides a couple custom orders. So that's where we're starting. Have I overcommitted on the number that I'm making? Probably, but you know what? Whatever. I would prefer to be overcommitted and get them done than undercommitted and not have a print that someone wants. So, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. Alrighty, so we're gonna, now, let's pull this zipper head a little bit this way. That's gonna help us get everything lined up here. I'm gonna start it, and then we'll line everything else up and go forward. Yes, there we go. Alright, so it did not continue to just stitch like it has been, so we're gonna put the needle in the down position, move this zipper head all the way, because they are larger than the zipper heads I've been using in the past, and so they will get under my needle, and that is very scary when you're sewing along and then suddenly your needle breaks on the zipper pull. So we're going to try to avoid that as best we can. Oh yeah, that's so much better with it. Just stitching and stopping. I don't actually know what setting changed that, so I'm just gonna go in. I've made note of a couple other things because a couple of the other settings, one of them will actually like set it so that your machine only stitches backwards, which is completely useless for me. So I've written down that like setting. So I'll go through and I'll make sure that all my other settings I've got written down so that they match in case this happens again, because I'm sure it will. It'll probably happen again in the next 6 months. Alright, that just didn't look like it had caught, but now we're good. There, done. So we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more bags. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5. So we're working on the 7th out of 7 bags right now. Sweet. I don't even remember how many bags we ended up having to do, but we'll get there. If you're just joining me, I did mess around with my control panel yesterday, but I did not come down and do more work last night because by the time the kids went down to bed, both Dallas and I were just like, we are toast. We need to go to bed too. So that's what we did, which was probably the smarter decision overall. I just dropped a pin, but oh well, we'll find it later. Alright, so we're working on installing the other side of the webbing handle still, but I did figure out how to get the control panel set so that the needle doesn't continuously stitch until I basically like make it stop, which will make this also a faster install day at least, because I won't have to be thinking about that quite as much. Yeah, so we're just gonna go along and hope that I don't have a lot of like zipper mishaps like I did yesterday. That will also help. Basically, we're going to install the handles on this side, and then we'll go through and top stitch and finish the sides, and then box these bags, which means that these will probably be done. I'm hoping I can finish, or at least start the finishing around lunchtime, which is a couple hours. You will probably hear a little bit more thumping around upstairs because the kiddos are home today. They're not in care. And yeah. We are not in as much of a deep freeze today. In fact, it is currently -10, which is practically balmy compared to the yesterday, which is why I'm not in a hat today. I am, however, still in my PJs because I'm just like, well, whatever. If I didn't tell you that, you wouldn't even know probably. Mostly in my PJs because it's like I had to bundle up for bed, so a nice like comfy cozy sweater is always good. Although I do think it snowed last night. I know Camore's under a snowfall warning right now, so that wouldn't surprise me if we get some snow today too. That needs to be trimmed down. There's a little bit extra like thread above this here. There we go. Fold this up and get it under the machine. So these will all be first available on Airdrie for Creekside Yarn Festival, which is on Saturday, January 20th, 2024, from 10 to 4 p.m. at Creekside, or Town and Country Center in Airdrie. And yeah. So we are back stitching the handles here because they are a point of high stress, and so an extra line of stitching is always better than not. So that's why I pause instead of just going straight through. I'm still expecting it to like keep going, and it's like, no, I fixed that, which is awesome. All right, we missed the zipper there. All right. Basically, I use the zipper teeth as a guide, so when you go over the webbing, typically it does kind of lose track. So we're gonna do this again. Again, it's a point of high stress anyway, so realistically, an extra seam here is not gonna hurt it. We're gonna lift this and move the zipper head past the needle here. Put it down and continue on. There we go. There we go. Alright. we're down to 6. I just realized I don't have the light gray for this guy. Oh, it ended up back here, that's why. Okay, now I got the light gray for this one. And that zipper is nowhere near caught. Lovely, fantastic. Let's, oh my goodness. Okay, the ends got caught, but everything in the middle is like blah. Okay, well I don't have to repin the webbing at least. This tells me that with the zipper tape, I really do actually need to like be pinning it, because apparently it likes to warble more than the pre-made, which is really weird. You'd think that it would be about the same, but alright. I am super excited though. This is total topic change, so hi. But this is a live stream of consciousness for Katie while she's working. You are here for the ride, I guess. It's like, I'm just gonna chat about what pops into my head, because I am down in a basement by myself. Working. Anyway, we went through and we did our, like, tentative, like, 10-year travel plans and stuff like that. And I told Dallas about so we just finished our first marathon at Run Disney, down at Disney World. They host a marathon weekend in January. And now we're both like, okay, Dallas has already signed up for his next marathon in May. But we're both kind of like, okay, when's our next marathon hit? And so I told him, I'm like, let's look at, like, if there's one in Greece for, like, Marathon to Athens. And there is. So that would be a really cool one. I think it said that they ran it in, like, November. So it's on the list. But we did make our plans because, like, we want to go do Tokyo and Osaka marathons. Which would be a lot of fun, I think. Particularly, I really want to do both, but I really, really want to do the Osaka marathon. And so that will be, I think, the top priority one for me. We'll probably, what we're going to do, what we've discussed is we'll probably apply for both. I haven't heard a lot of issues about people getting into it. Not that I'm in a lot of running groups. Like, the one you always hear about is Boston, which their qualifying times are just getting more and more insane. But yeah, we kind of have a plan now for, like, what we're going to be doing. And I've told Dallas it's like, marathons are special occasion things 2 weeks ago, and now I'm like, okay, what am I going to run next? It's ridiculous. It's like, why do I do this to myself? The thing about it is the marathon training was the hard part of it. So I think as the kids get older, it's going to be a little bit easier too. So at least maybe a little bit more mental space for it, or like I can do a little bit more mental preparedness. But the thing is that I just ran a marathon even with toddlers, so I'm like, well, you can do it again. And like the Dopey Challenge is another thing entirely. It's not like we just went and did the marathon. We went and we did a bunch of mileage around the marathon before we even ran it. So it's kind of like, I think I got it in me to continue. This year is going to be the year of like half marathons and 10Ks and weight loss, and a general return to like overall strength, which will be good, because like I felt my best when I was doing spin and yoga and everything like that. So I really want to return to that, at least when Dallas is home. It's a little bit tougher when he's not home, because like I need to be able to work on the days the kids aren't here, so I'll stick to like running on those days in particular. But the half training program is nowhere near as intense as the like Dopey Challenge. Like it drops the amount of time that I have to commit by 15 minutes every single run right now, which I am super excited for, to like have a pullback from the intensity of the marathon training. So yeah, it's gonna be good. Because here's the thing, a 40-minute run is a lot, like I can actually add my weights in with a 40-minute run versus like 55 minutes, which was what the previous training program was. Because basically I don't know if it had a warm-up cooldown included in the time amount. I was also like, if I add 5 to 10 minutes or 10 minutes of walking, it's actually better for me anyway, just like naturally in my training program. So yeah, that's just how it ended up working out the best for me. And that's why I say 40 minutes, because technically the training program says 30, but I'm like, well, if I add 10 minutes of walking, so five warm up, 5 cool down, then that's like, it's kind of like whatever. Alright, see, this is the thing, like half these zippers went wonky and half these zippers are fine. I don't get it. Oh well, just, I guess, out of practice. Let's just chalk it up to, that was the first day back at the machine yesterday, and everything was just kind of a mess. I needed a very big reorientation. I'm getting text messages. Dallas is rearranging his run board. Sweet. Yeah, the big thing about like plotting out what we were thinking of doing for travel and stuff like that is because of the kids, it's significantly more expensive to actually go places because we've added 2 humans. A lot easier when it's just 2 of you doing it. But yeah, we'll need a long-term board about what our actual like goals are and stuff like that, and like what it's going to cost us basically.
There was an extra whiteboard, right?
Yeah, it's actually down here. I just realized it, but it does need a good clean. It's right above the step stool right here. I just realized.
What's that?
It's just right above that step stool right there. That one. I don't need that one down here because my planning board's in the cutting studio. There is cleaner somewhere too, but I don't know where it's gone. And on the dresser there should be another orange one.
Yeah, I don't see an orange one. I see purple and.
Why we need a new orange one? Those were fairly new.
It was dead.
Oh, okay.
I'll just get a new one. Like just one, a single.
It's hard. Okay. Yeah, you can't typically track down singletons of those. It's weird.
I won't do that. No, you can. You could not the Expos. The Expos come in packs, but you can track down like the more specialty ones that I have in singles.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll double check my stationery stuff too, because I'm pretty sure I have an orange. Because I would buy the Expo packs, right? So.
Yeah. I will clean that shit out of this one. Pretty easy. You just need like some alcohol.
Okay, I am struggling to pin this one. Okay, there we go. Hopefully it doesn't slip on me again. So there we go. We found an extra whiteboard. I have a nice big one. I originally had it in my sewing studio, but it's like that's kind of pointless because most of what I need to know in the cutting studio where like all the cutting is happening basically. The one out here was more just or having it out here was more for when I actually had the cutting table out here as well. But we've changed that this last year, so, well, not even this last year, like I'm gonna say within the last 6 months probably, so. Because yeah, I would have tidied up the cutting studio area in July, I think, is actually when I tidied it up. Yeah, there we go. That, I think, caught it all the way across. Did not, almost. Alright, so, solution for this is some double-sided tape, probably. Hi, cat. What you doing? Are you being a pest? Or are you being an inspector? Bit of both, probably. Actually, I wonder if it would be better to sew it from the other side, maybe. So it wouldn't wander quite so far off the teeth when I went over the webbing. And I'm out of bobbin thread anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay. Of course. Alrighty, let's throw a new bobbin in, and then we'll start the winding of the other bobbin, and then we'll be good. My down to like, I think under 5 at this point or something like that, so that's pretty good. It's just the top stitching now that has to happen first. And then the finishing. Alright. Let's throw this underneath. There we go. Yay! Hey boy, how are you? Got the fluffy floof in here, which you can kind of see over my shoulder. Alright, we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4 more, and then we get to move on to top stitching, which will reveal if there's any more mishaps with the zipper or not. I don't trust that there's not more mishaps. And by the way, if you hear a bit of thumping around upstairs, yes, everyone is home today, so it's very likely you will hear the stomping feet. So, but Dallas got my metal rail up yesterday, so that's part of what delayed me getting on today, is I put all my medals up and my bibs on display. Feels good. I am missing a bunch of stuff though, so we'll have to find those in the next, it's not a big deal, but we'll find them as we tidy up. Realistically, we're still kind of unpacking from when we moved, so I'm not too worried about it. Don't know about you, but it always takes me, I just realized that there's actually 5 left, because there's one that fell off the bin just now. And this is not completely caught here either. It's actually open all the way through, because I didn't catch I just caught the fringe. Alright, let's fix this. Anyway, it took us, we didn't even unpack fully at our old house. This place, because we're gonna be, we've approached our old house in the wrong way of it's a starter house. We're only gonna be here for X, Y, Z. So we never really did much with it. Now this place though, it's okay, this is the only move we're really gonna make with the kids. Probably until we downsize at this point. This is the house. So I think we're getting better about actually occupying the space, if that makes sense. We were renters for so long, it's hard to kind of, I think, shift from that mentality as well of well, we can't do anything to the walls because we're renters. But, yeah, here we're gonna, I think in the next few months, we'll go through and actually do another good purge. Because we did do one kind of before we moved and, listed our old house, but obviously we could still always do with a bit more. Kind of also going into it with the mentality of well, it's either good for the kids or we don't want to have to make the kids deal with it once we're gone, sort of thing, right? Because it just accumulates and you just don't realize it sometimes. And I am not a minimalist. I love having stuff. That's not the problem. It's just having stuff that doesn't necessarily serve us for anything, so. And it's also just a little bit of okay, having the space for stuff too, and is this a display thing or is this a pack away memento thing? And if it's a pack away memento thing, why are you keeping it, sort of thing? Because mementos should be looked at. So it's a little bit of the mentality that I was raised with was really difficult. It's been difficult to overcome because it was okay, gotta save everything because this might be the only chance, and it was a hard mentality to overcome of everything's too precious to use and everything like that. So our original trip to Disney World was for the 25th, and we got 25th t-shirts, and then we never wore them because, well, you'll never get that again. That was the mentality I was raised with. So it's been really hard to overcome that, and I might have swung a little bit too far the other way in that, well, it's meant to be used, right? But at the same time, it's meant to be used. That's why you're buying these things. Or displayed or something. I'm fine with it being displayed or something like that, but it's supposed to, it should have it should do something for you. So if that's displaying it so that you can see it, perfect, that's fine, whatever. But I bought Sailor Moon shoes for my eldest, and making sure that they wear them because, hi, they're meant to be used, sort of thing, right? So, anyway. When we do our purge, that's something that we have to be really conscious of. Is it's like, okay, we can set stuff aside for the kids to play with and things like that, like if we have toys and stuff, and we're gonna keep some of their like baby toys because that's really fun. My mother-in-law kept a bunch of like her kids' toys, and now our kids are playing with them, and that is really fun. So like I want to do that sort of thing, but it's just being conscious of like what we're keeping around and like what we're filling our space with. I have gotten rid of a lot of stuff where it's like, well, you got to keep this because it's like precious and this is your only chance that you're going to have, sort of thing. Like that mentality that I was raised with, because it didn't serve me anymore. It just, it's a very hoarder mentality, I guess. Not quite, but verging on that probably. So, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna grab the one that fell off because I was like, I don't want to be sewing. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's also kind of why I want to go back through my yarn again. So I did do some of the purge before I packed it up into its new space. But looking at the bins sitting there, it's like it's time to do it again. I haven't even done the de-stash of the other stuff, so it's actually a good time to do it because then I can just do one de-stash like all together basically. But I don't need 3 large bins of yarn. Tastes have changed, projects have changed, everything like that. So. But that is, I think, some of the mentality to go into 24 with. Oh, I really like how this bag is coming together with this dark brown zipper. I originally had charcoal cut for these guys, and I'm glad I switched to a little bit like a warmer tone because it just looks so good with this. Also, I'll get off my soapbox about purging. Actually, if you've done a purge recently or you're planning to do a purge, how do you approach it? I would love to know. Because like I'm gonna approach it that way, and like I'm gonna kind of do the box approach. So this is one of the problems we do have, is that we have doom boxes, and like I do typically when I'm packing, especially, I hit a point of like, okay, I just want to throw everything in a box and be done with it. So I think part of what I need to do is I need to approach it in the box fashion and like do each box as I approach it as part of it, and also not only that, but like set a timer to do it. So like if you've done a purge or you're planning a purge, what is the approach you're going to kind of make or take to do it? I would love to know, because there's so many different ways to do it. There's actually Just Get It Done Quilts does a really good series for January, like 30-day series of like do 15 minutes a day of this to help like declutter your sewing space, sort of thing, because obviously like I'm spoilt for the amount of space I have here, and a lot of sewing studios do get very overwhelmed very rapidly, especially when you're quilting, because it's the same as knitting. You start a work in progress and then you don't necessarily always finish it, or finish it within the timeline, and then you're just like, I don't want to do it. But yeah, I would love to know about like kind of how you guys approach it. Even if that's like, if you're watching this later, throw it in the comments, because here's the thing. Purging is not a one-time thing. Because, like I said, that stuff just creeps in, and then it needs to be dealt with again. Alright, so. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so for whatever reason, I don't know why, the zipper tape is like really like, doesn't like to stay up here. Whereas the stuff that's like pre-cut stays so much better. So I'm gonna have to start pinning the zipper tape. That's annoying. I hate having to pin zipper tape. Oh well. I guess it's a small price to pay in some ways. Yeah, because look at that. It's gapped here too. Why? Why do you refuse to get sewn in? I don't get it. Alrighty. Well, we're gonna turn this under. And we'll go here. Also, the whole purging conversation is really weird, as I'm like, you should buy my bags. But here's here's the thing. If you buy one of my bags and you're done using it, you can always resell it. These things last really well. So. Alright, there you go. I can feel that that is actually connecting with the zipper. Very well. There we go. Then we'll go back to this. I feel like it's nearly snack time. Dallas got some delicious apples yesterday, so I think that'll be, or pears actually. The pears are really good. Okay. So pin this to the interior. Actually, I'll finish installing the zippers and then I'll go get a snack. That's what I'll do. And then we'll flip all of these to do the top stitching for the white ones. And then we'll do all the black ones. Also, it is weird because I think, oh, where's the, no, I need one more piece of black webbing. Where did it go? I need 2 more pieces of black webbing. Did I mix them up? What the heck? Okay, I must have taken them for another bag and then, oh no, there it is, right there. Okay, I think, let's measure this out. That's, okay, right, because I found this piece and I was like, where'd this one come from? Yeah, there's a piece. Alright. Okay, so we'll trim it. Momentary, like, panic. I want to have to cut more webbing right now. I just want to sew them. I just want to sew my bags. Oh, come on. Oh, my fingers are sore from doing this yesterday. Anyway, we just melt the end here so that it doesn't unravel in the bag itself. And yes, I do have a heat knife, but I didn't feel like setting up in the cutting studio and having to move the camera set up yesterday. So we just did it here. Although it might have been faster. I do want to get a little bit different heat knife this year, maybe. There's a few pieces of equipment that I need to get, but basically I just got my husband to get me the Michaels like pyrography one last year, and I would love to get one where it's like it sits upright and then I can just kind of pull the, like it's a desktop one that I can just pull the webbing over instead of having to like set up for a whole cutting board and heat knife and all of that. So there you go. Alrighty. Yeah, I will do this, get the zippers done in the last, looks like there's 4 bags now, 3 bags. Apparently I have a spare navy webbing, it looks like. 1, 2. Oh, okay, yeah, I do. Interesting. Well, we'll see if I messed something up. I might have. But anyway. In my head keeps growing. Okay. Go. Pivot that a little bit and then get this under. This is a really nice purple background on this one. It's a very interesting color. It's like lavender, but more pink lavender than purple, like what you assume is lavender. It's interesting. webbing. Over the webbing. Okay, for some reason I think that this side has been installed mostly better, except for right there. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I need to sew it from the interior side simply because I think what's happening with a lot of this is the webbing is throwing off the like, basically I use the teeth for my guide. When you go over the webbing, it's so thick that you can no longer feel the teeth. There we go. Well, like I said, 2 seams are better than 1 seam anyway. Not a big deal. Okay. 1, 2. 2 more bags. Ha ha ha. And then we can go get a snack. Some pear. Pear will be delicious. It is heading into what I consider pear season. I think pear season is actually September, but the stuff that hits the grocery stores in January is always really good. So that's what I call pear season. Is like January. Actually, I should do pears, and then maybe I will do a dip of Nutella. That would be amazingly delicious and like just a nice treat. So this one, for some reason, is fine. I have a feeling I probably already went over the capybara. That's probably why. Go. Pin it through here. Got 2 more bags, and then it's snack time. That's why I was talking about pears and Nutella, because I'm getting hungry, and that sounds. Right now it sounds amazing. Down. So this actually does say on here it's like yuzu, and then I think the last kanji is actually for to indicate like a hot spring, an onsen, but it definitely like, so above the yuzu bath here it says yuzu and then like hot spring or something, like I think it's yuzu yu or something like that. So yeah, and then we'll pop this underneath. There we go, like that. And this, and then we'll go. Actually, no, we were just discussing this. Do it from the interior side, not the exterior side. Pinch the interior or exterior a bit better to sandwich it better. There we go. And then that should actually help us get it fully sewn in, I hope. I hope. Let's try. We'll see. It's not gonna hurt to try. I have to do 2 seams. I have to do 2 seams. We've already done that quite a few times right now. As long as we're lined up with the exterior, we're good. Go. At least I'm not just like sewing off the end here. Alright, did we catch the exterior all the way across? We did. Excellent. Okay, and now it's just the hedgies, and I think we're done. Right, because that one has been sewn on both sides. Yes. Alright, last zipper to install. Gonna assume that this needs to be redone because it does. Just saw the gap. Ugh. Okay, let's get this resewn, and we'll go grab the snack. Okay, so for some reason I have an extra navy zipper, or navy webbing, so we'll set that aside for future bags. That's fine. Having extra is better than not having enough cut, to be honest. Right now, I'll put it into like the big bag bin so I know why it's cut, because it's like I don't want to come back to this area and be like, why was this cut? What is going on? Like I said, yesterday was a little bit of why I think everything kind of went mayhem. Is that coming back after vacation is always that kind of dip in. You have to figure out what the heck you're doing, right? So no matter what kind of job you have, but I think in particular with the creative stuff, because it's just like I was in the middle of everything pretty much before we left for Disney. So alright, we're gonna pop that down there like this. We're gonna make sure this is over. Put this in and through. There we go. And we'll go on this side and up. Did it. Look at that. Yeah. Alright. Do it on this side. This. And then we'll throw it underneath here. Alrighty, it is officially. Oh, nope, it does not. Never mind. We missed a little bit here, but that did go better than it would have from the back or from the front. There we go. Alright, now it's snack time and a wash and break. So I will be right back, and then we will move on to top stitching those bags. It's just a good point to pause because we're kind of in between intermission. I think I can get you a kitty cat to see. This direction, apparently. Is there a cat? There is a kitty cat. There we go. He'll guard you guys, and I will just mute the mic so that you don't have to hear me thumping up and down the stairs. was like, what do I need to do? But that's right, I need to turn the mic back on. Oh my goodness. Alright, we are going in to do the top stitching, which means I need to up my stitch length. And we need to split these up into like white and black thread. So I think with like the hedgies we'll do dark thread. This one with the white granny squares will be white thread. Super easy. Capybara are black. This light geisha gecko print is white. The granny flowers here are white. Cats are black. Shibas are white, and then we're gonna have dark for the Alice bags. The gecko, most of the gecko are dark. Sketchbook dogs. Alright, what's this one? This one is more of those granny flowers. We're gonna do white top stitching on them. Dark top stitching on the hedgies. What's this one? That's that cat silhouettes with the roses. Tuxedo cats will have white top stitching because high. Actually, it also I've done dark top stitching on it and it looks really good too, but I don't feel like doing dark top stitching. That one, ooh, that's a tough one. So this is the black cats. We're gonna do black because it does go over the cats in a couple places. Birds will get black. This capybara will get white because it's a light background. And then finally, oh no, two more. The sakura on blue will get dark top stitching, and the crepe cats will get dark top stitching. So what we do next is we take all of these and we turn them to the outside. Then we're going to be extremely careful because I realized after I put all these zip pulls on, I probably should have put the zip pulls on after I done the top stitching, because realistically it does kind of make it easier, but oh well, live and learn, right? Same as obviously learning that this zipper tape actually does need to be pinned. Damn it. Okay, well, we will. So part of this is double checking all our stitching. Alright. Better now than after I top stitched it. Okay, so it's, where else is it? Is it messed up anywhere else? Or is it just this side? Because we've already probably redone the other side. Already done the other side. So we're doing this side. Okay. That's this side of the zip. And then we'll turn it back out and we will top stitch it. Good lord. Alright, well, pop this in here, and actually we'll start the bobbin winding with this stitching as well. I did turn the stitch length back down. Don't worry. I at least remember that. Okay, there we go. So, zipper tape needs to have double-sided tape or pinning at all times, or else it will be a pain in the butt. Apparently I have an extra round of tension on my thread here that we don't need. There we go. Alright, that should be fixed this time. Let's double check here. Alright, it is not. It is right in between. Okay, so it's where the webbing is. So let's pinch it there, and we'll just go over the webbing and a little bit extra here. Whoosh! Do you know what? I might have actually sewn the other side. Who knows? No, I definitely sewed this side. Okay. It's also just embarrassing that this is happening on camera. Like, if I was just working along, it would be frustrating. But the fact that I'm like showing this on camera and this keeps happening, it's like, damn it. Oh well, just know that even if you sew for over a decade, it is extremely likely that mishaps will still happen. And like just random mishaps like this, where all of your bags pretty much have some sort of zipper failure. Because why wouldn't they? And I know the fix. I just didn't feel like doing it today, or yesterday. So we'll do it for the next round, because apparently it really does need to be pinned in extremely well. All right, there. It is now fixed. Excuse me. And we will pull this and hope to high heaven that I do not pull the zip pull off, because I do not want to have to rethread the zip pulls today if I don't have to. So we'll start the top stitching, because why not? Let's do it. Okay. So now this should be one of the easier parts. So typically for me, I work towards the closure because I find that easier, and then I work away from the closure. So basically I try and do the harder side part first, which is working towards the closure of the, like the closed end of the zipper is what I mean by closure. And then I work away from it because I find that easiest. I also find that easiest for doing chain piecing, actually, is the big one. There we go. There we go. This all, there's a thread that needs to be trimmed before it gets stitched in. Alright, if you're just joining me, we have moved on from installing zippers in the big bags to actually doing the top stitching on the big bags, which is a massive step because it means that we are getting one step closer to actually finishing these today. I know I said, if you were watching me yesterday, I know I said I was going to finish these yesterday, but I went to bed instead, which was a way better decision overall, because I have figured out that there was quite a few more mishaps with the zippers than I thought yesterday, actually. We are going to try to maintain the zip pull on the actual bag. I was realizing yesterday that I should have left the zip pulls off. It would have been easier, but you know, we will do that next time. Because there will be a next time, because these bags are fairly popular, so. Oh yeah, and it's like literally hanging on by like, it's gone. Alright, so we will be reinstalling most of the zip pulls probably today as well. Oh well, that's okay. It would actually make the installation of like the zipper probably easier as well, and I may not have had as many mishaps with it actually either, if I'd just done it that way. Because basically I could open up the zip pull, and then for like the zipper, and then you just install one side on one side and the other side on the other side. No big deal. Flynn is back here and very content about being quality control inspector right now, which is awesome. He's just chilling on the desk behind me. I don't know if you can see him. No, I am in the, oh there, kinda. That's Flynn. Wow. So right now we are working towards finishing these bags for Airdrie Creekside Yarn Festival, which is this Saturday, January 20th, 2024, from 10 to 4 a.m. or 10 to 4 p.m. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. There we go. That is the right combination of words. And it's at the Town and Country Center in Airdrie. All right, there we go. We're just gonna pull these zip pulls off, and we will deal with them afterwards. That's fine. Just make my life significantly easier. So we're just gonna make it easier today, or at least for now. I'll curse myself when I have to go reinstall the zip pulls, but that's okay. I did, so I didn't work on bags last night, but after I was off stream, I did go in and actually fix up my control panel so that it wasn't just continuing to stitch. Because yesterday, my kids got into my control panel for my like needle synchronizer, and basically it was continuing to stitch even after I lifted my foot off or released the pedal. So basically, I had to step on it again to like break it. So like as in like a car brake sort of thing. But I didn't fix that yesterday, so I don't have quite so scary of an experience at the machine today. It is scary. It's like it just keeps stitching. It's like it's gonna eat my fingers. Because here's the thing, I have been working with this industrial for years, but it still terrifies me that I'm gonna sew through a finger or something like that. So, and that is a healthy thing to be terrified about, because it means that I will hopefully not run my finger under the needle. I came very close last summer, but I have yet to do it. Knock on wood, I've yet to do it. Watch it be today that I do it, now that I've like said it out loud. I should be using my stiletto for that sort of thing too, but oh well. Alright. So this one is a actual closed zipper. We don't have any like there is no zip pull to pull off of it. So what basically I do is I work towards the closed end of the zipper, and then I chain piece it up from there to the open part of the zipper, which I find easier for my sewing purposes. The hope for today is that we will get through all of these, because now we just got to top stitch and sew the sides, and then the hope is that we'll get them finished. Well, we got to top stitch, stitch the sides, and then box and sew the boxes. So that's a pretty full day for today, but my hope is that after dinner I won't be as exhausted and we'll be able to go in and cut the lining and interfacing for the small box bags. That's the next goal, because as I keep saying, the small box bags are in dire need of a restock before the weekend. But we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can get done. Because realistically, the Kato bags are also super popular, so I want to make sure that there is at least a decent selection of them. And because I am so tight on stock, I will be making sure that I am bringing fabrics so that you can do, if you're in the Calgary or Airdrie or like Airdrie area, there we go, you can make selections, like custom selections as well. That is one of the goals for this weekend, or that will be one of the things for this weekend, just because my stock levels are reduced. Yeah. Alright. So far so good. Our zippers I've caught our zippers so far and then zipper mishaps. So that's good. If you're just joining us and you've never encountered me before, I make project bags for knitters, but I also am branching out into accessories, and everything is made from fabrics that I hand select in Japan, which means that I go from here, just outside the Calgary area, or just outside Calgary, and I select my fabrics in Kyoto and Tokyo at this point, and then I come back and I make all the bags in my studio. A lot of my other supplies come from Canadian and US suppliers, and overseas as well. It's hard to avoid Chinese suppliers, so there's a good combo of everything right now, because it just depends basically on where I'm able to get my supply, and like pricing definitely is a factor in that too. Although one of my favorite hardware suppliers is Emmeline Bags out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. And then I use a local supplier for a lot of stuff like my interfacing and such from Calgary itself, which is Pakana. Alright. There we go. Okay. And then we're gonna finger press this all down. And it's time to go. Alright. Lift the needle a little bit better so there's a little bit extra play in that. There we go. And so I just got an update from Odafest. That's the next big event that I currently have an application in for, that I should be hearing back from soon. But we've had a lot of like rolling blackouts and cold, so there's been a lot of mayhem happening for people in their houses, and so they're a little bit delayed, but I should know by the end of the month, which is exciting and fine, because it's like, oh my goodness, yeah, deal with your living situations first, obviously, because you need to be safe, especially in these temperatures, best as you can. And then I did just put my application in for Fiber Shindig, which is an April show in Calgary, so we'll see how that one goes, if I get accepted. And then what was the other one? And Peace Fiber is supposed to be putting their application out at the end of January, so, and that will be a show at the end of April. I just realized that will be like 2 weeks after Shindig, so that will be, April's probably going to be a busy month, and then Odafest is in May, and then And then it'll be all hands on deck to prep for Knit City in August. Whew. Alright, I was gonna actually email Omat City and find out if they kind of have a tentative date for their show as well in August, because I hope that they're not overlapping with Knit City. So I really enjoyed doing Omat City last year, and so I'd like to keep up with that one. Actually, we're gonna check that right now while I'm thinking about it, so that I don't forget. Omat City. So Omat City means that, like, a festival, basically. Let's see. No, they still have the 2023 dates up. That's fine. It was the week before the intended weekend for Knit City this coming year, so I hope that that's just kind of where it stays. But I might email them and be like, hey, will these be a good date or not? Alright, pull the pins so I don't become the pin cushion. Oops. And then fold this out here. Yeah, these granny square, like granny flowers, I guess might be the best description of them. Crochet flowers are looking really good with these colors on them. So they've got like a sand handle is what I would count this as. And then they're, okay, good. I was like, wait, that's twisted. It's not twisted. It's fine. We're good. But yeah, this dark brown zipper here looks really good compared to the like charcoal that I was planning for it. So I'm glad I swapped zippers. This one's the closed zipper again, so we'll just work from open end to the closed end, and then closed end to open end. Going, I should have done my counts to figure out how many I have left, but you know. Got 2 more white ones left, and then we'll be swapping to black thread. There we go. Let's get this across. I've got a heating pad in one of the cat trees against the big window down here, the big picture window. Yeah, it totally does look retro, right? Like the colors are really good. This one also, I really like the Shiba Inus because it's very similar in like, it's kind of retro, the phone booths and such. It's not stuff you really see now, but I'm thinking that these Shiba are kind of based on like maybe the Hachiko a little bit, and so it looks retro, especially with its colorways. These ones do as well. It looks very like peak 70s crochet colors for sure. The other one, the last one that I have that's more of the triangle shape, doesn't look as retro. It definitely looks more like the updated crochet triangles, so. But I figure like with the zipper color and stuff like that, then you're able to kind of like lean into it. What this reminds me of is a lot of like, almost like the photos you would see from that time period of like someone's couch with the floral prints and stuff like that. So that's what I'm leaning into with the browns. So Andrea, like I don't know if you've been around for a little bit, but there was way more zippers we had to fix today. So the lesson is I have to pin all of these zippers, especially, well, not so much the current closed ones like I'm working with right now, but all that zipper tape was just, apparently it doesn't like staying in one place. So back to pinning it is, I think it is still worth having the zipper tape that I can cut down like that rather than having to hold a bunch of stock on like zipper colors, but it's definitely a learning curve still. Alright, 2 more for white top stitching, then we'll swap out to the black thread and continue on. Alright, this is the first of the Geiko bags. It's a really interesting like purple background color. That's nice. Love it. And also actually seeing this sewn up. This is okay, we're gonna redo all the zipper pulls. I should have just left them off yesterday. We'll redo them afterwards. Anyway, but seeing the amount of fabric here, this is about the same height that this is the Kato bags. So now I'm like, okay, I can totally do Kato bags out of this fabric. I thought that the print would be too large, like too tall vertically, but it's gonna work out fine. So we'll do that later. I think I actually have Kato bags cut in it already potentially, or they're like lined up and waiting to be cut in it. It's gonna look really, really, really good in the large box bags, because it is a larger format print. Swapping out for this like canvas bottom on these big bags definitely has changed like this print size assumption that I used to make when I'm buying. And so when I was buying fabric in May, putting the canvas bottoms on the big bags was not even in my like, it wasn't on my bingo card for the business in 2023. And then of course I got that special request in July, and it's like, oh yeah, that looks, it actually makes the fabric pop more. So that's why we're switching to canvas bottoms. So so that's why we're here doing canvas bottoms this time. But it does look really good. Someone pointed out that it's like kind of like makeup, where you put like the eyeliner on, and so it just like highlights the actual like it highlights the fabric, because that's what I found with the ones that I made, is it like made the Japanese fabrics pop so much better than just having it all Japanese fabrics, which you wouldn't think about. But I just realized it would be kind of cool to like do another strip at the top on some of the smaller prints. Maybe it would look really good. So that is for another production time though, not right now. We're not changing stuff right now. We're just gonna make. Okay, I'm just gonna pull the pins so then you'll puncture me, because that is painful. That's why I've tried to move away from pins as much as possible. That one is destroyed, so it is gonna go away. It's all bent. Alright, into the out of here pile. Alright, so this is the one I was talking about that is like, it's like nouveau crochet versus like retro crochet, just because of the colors and stuff like that. It looks really good. So I did decide to pull out the yellow and the pink with the pink zipper, and then the yellow handles as well, just because it's such bright and cheery print that I was like, no, we need to like lean into that more than anything. So we're gonna throw this over that way, and then I'm gonna do a count, and we'll figure out how many we need to do for black top stitching, and then we can stitch down the sides, which means we'll need to get the things, the tags for them actually cut, and I guess we'll have to reinstall the zipper pulls on all of them. So great. I tried to keep the zipper pull on with the first one, which is the capybara one, and I got to like stitching the other side of the thing, and it literally was like hanging on by a tooth on the zipper tape. So I'm like, all right, we'll just pull you off. We'll just redo them all. And remember that we need to just put zipper pulls on after we top stitch. And because realistically, the only place that it really matters is I need to make sure that the zipper pulls go on the right direction for directional large box bag prints. The big bags, they're already cut to what their dimensions are supposed to, or their directions are supposed to be. The zipper is going to run, it doesn't matter which way the zipper really runs, because it's a like sometimes it does on like purses and stuff, because you want the zipper to run a specific direction based on where the pocket is placed. But with this one, it's just like one top opening, there's no pockets to worry about, nothing. And then with the large box bags, because sometimes I think there is a directionality to the teeth a little bit. I know that some, like one end is typically easier to put it on than the other. I want to make sure that the zipper pull pulls the right direction if it's a directional large box bag print. I know that's a lot of words that don't make sense necessarily until you actually see it in action. So I'll demonstrate it when we actually do go into sew some of those products. Alright, there is all the white thread ones done. 1, 2, 3. Eek. Yeah, no, the zip pulls. Ah! Alright. Sheba's like, I'm out of here. Okay. Man, I had a really good sleep last night. We went to bed really, like, fairly early. About 8:30, which for me is early. I am still tired. Oh well, I'll have another good sleep tonight, and then hopefully that I think it's mostly jet lag, because at this point, like, well, it shouldn't be too bad, but maybe a bit. Okay, we got our black thread back here, just behind the laptop, is what I mean by back here. So we're gonna put the larger cone on the top, and the smaller cone will go in for bobbin threading, winding, which means I'm almost to the end of my. Okay, good. I've got a second cone here. Okay, pop that one back with the white thread as well. Okay, this one has quite a bit more on it. Okay, more texts. Okay, and then we'll pop the black thread on here, because we are going to need to wind a bobbin here sooner rather than later. I don't always swap the bobbin thread if I don't have as many bags to sew, but there's quite a few to do black top stitching on, so we'll swap it for now. We won't swap the bobbin until I actually need to wind it. That's fine. But we'll get it set up here so that we're ready to go when it's time. There. Then we're gonna thread this up and through. Need to actually turn that baby monitor off, because it's not like I need to monitor the babies right now. Everyone's awake, that's for sure. It needs to be trimmed. It's frayed on the end. Alright, so through and through. One of the things I'm extremely thankful for with this industrial machine is that it makes my serger look like nothing to thread it. In some ways. I still have to look at the instructions sometimes when it's like, but threading the top of the serger with the practice I've had on this machine has thankfully not been as daunting as a lot of people make it out to be. It could also be that, like, my serger is a retro, like, 70s one. So it's, yeah, probably about 70s. Before Baby Lock was actually Baby Lock, made in Japan, which is awesome, because it's one of those little fully metallic, like, it's not semi-industrial, but it's like home industrial, back when they still made home machines metal, and so it's just a little workhorse, and I love it. Should give her a name. I think I decided on it over the summer, but I have forgotten it. The Juki here is known as Sakura Soe McSoface, just as a little tidbit if you're ever wondering. Alright. Okay, so I got one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Sweet. Okay. And actually the other ones came together pretty fast, so that should be extremely achievable for before lunch, and then it'll be lunchtime, and then we'll sew the side seams and then box the bags. Oh, and my toes are getting cold, so it might be sock time. I have my nice woolly slippers on, but I do need some socks, I think. No, this one needs. I thought I'd caught all of those. That might be the side though that didn't. I just did. Okay, well, let's throw it back around. I don't want to put a lot of these. I don't want to put these bags into timeout because then I never come and finish them. So let's get them actually finished today as best I can. Okay. And yes, it is a sigh of exasperation with myself. It's super annoying. Oh, if you're a new sewist, just know, even with experience, hell, even if you're an experienced sewist and you're like beating yourself up, just know that even with years of experience, stuff just happens. Oh well, we'll count it as an extra seam for durability. Not that one seam is like not enough, but if I tell myself that, it just makes me feel better. Doesn't need it, but it's not gonna hurt it to have an extra seam, because I'm not picking out the first seam, that's for sure. I could, but I may as well leave it in, so. Okay, that's that fixed now. That is fixed now, good. Pull the zip pull off. The zip pull is caught on fabric, and that is why we top stitch the bags. Sorry, there's dust or something down here bothering my nose today. Anyway, we top stitch the fabric or the bags because then it holds the fabric out of the zipper. That's actually the main reason I top stitch these. Is just to keep fabric out of the zip pull. Because otherwise I would not be doing this step. Oh, it's still missing some. Damn it. Okay. I just realized that is... Okay, so this one's going to be top stitched with a very short seam length. Usually I do a 4. Right now it's still on 2.5. There is still some stitching missing. Right. Where did I find it? Right there. Okay, so we'll just go over that and then we'll go back to top stitching it. Probably where I ended up jogging around the zip pull. That's 100% what it is. There you go. Yeah, now we're good. Okay, so if I need to fix any more, we'll just pull the zip pull off and just fix it. And next time we won't put the zip pulls on until afterwards. That is also the other lesson learned. Now hopefully my bobbin doesn't run out on me before we finish at least this top stitching. Because you know, that would be the luck right now. Alright, the other thing I do with this one is that actually the handles get stitched down and caught in the top stitching, whereas lots of patterns just make you do like you stitch under the webbing. But I find that the big bag is easier to open with the handles kind of stitched down, and then when you like hold it, they're not right against the zipper. At least that's what I've found in the past. So most of the time when you're top stitching, you fold your handle up and out of the way this way. With these ones, I fold them down. It's not something that's typically done. We're gonna go through and we're gonna stitch all of this, and then we're gonna turn our stitch length up so that it's the proper top stitch length. Not that a shorter top stitch length really hurts. It's just this is both functional and decorative, so I prefer the longer stitch length just for looks, basically. Alrighty. I think I already caught the issues with this one, but we'll find out here in a moment if we did or not. This is the Hedgies with black handles, black zipper. I like this one because it's like obviously Hedgies, but if you were looking at it from a distance, it's kind of abstract as well. So it's like one of those nice in between for subtle bags. I like that when they do it with the cats too. It's like subtle, but then when you look at it closer, it's like all covered in cats. Those are some of my favorite fabrics. All right, there we go. Pop it underneath. Don't have stay underneath. I need to be able to put a little bit of tension on you so that, oh right, there we go, stitch length increased. And we are coming out of our deep freeze now. It is actually only -8, which feels like, yes, I need to go get some socks for my cold toes, but I definitely don't need to wear my hat down in the basement today, which is an improvement. Versus yesterday, I was freezing cold yesterday. And there were still rolling blackouts, so thankfully we haven't so far had any of that happening. But it's still just like, ugh. That would suck because it's like it turns everyone's furnaces off, and like it's just, of course, not the time of year that you want that happening in Canada. Alright, there we go. No. Okay. There's a zipper fix that has to happen right there. I noticed it just before I stitched the top stitch, thankfully. That would have been annoying. Okay, so it's going to be like right here. Oh yeah, I can feel it. Okay. Turn this back down. Just stitch this little bit right here so that it's caught in the zipper. There we go. That should fix it. And we'll turn it around. And we'll top stitch it. Sweet. There we go. Stitch length back up. Remedied. Alright, we'll do a better double check apparently of this zipper because probably was the side that I had just stitched that I missed and hadn't double checked yet. So let's double check these ones and just make sure we're all good. We fix it before we start top stitching, so that's just nice. It's blended nicely and everything like that. Although that one actually did work out very well in general. Alrighty. Capybara, are you good? Please say you're good. No, you are not completely. Okay, so there's a little bit of a gap right there. Right before the webbing. So what we'll do is we'll start the stitching from the webbing out so it blends nice. I've already got the back and like the stop stitch there anyway, so it's not a big deal. We'll remove the zipper hole. Move it really far out of the way, and then yeah, it's right there. Okay, so let's top stitch here. Ooh, alrighty. That was a little bit higher amount than I needed. Stitch length back up, and now we're good. Okay, good. Pull the zip pull off. That. And then start the top stitch. Keep slipping out from under the foot. Actually use the stiletto instead of being a bad influence. Please do not put your fingers so close to your sewing head. There will come a point where you will regret that decision. This and we will put it the next round underneath. Yeah, so we'll try and finish the top stitching before lunch, have lunch, and then come and do side seams. Side seams are going to be so straightforward after all this. It's going to be amazing. I am excited. This one is one of my favorites. Ow. Ah. Okay. That's why I don't like working with pins when I can avoid it. Okay, that's good. It's not going to bleed everywhere. Double check the zipper on this one. Which looks like this is one of the few ones where it actually is fine. Good. Good. No need to fix it. Okay, let's go in. So yeah, we actually sat down last night and kind of planned out what our trajectory kind of is for like the next few years, so we know what we have to save up money for, and like what kind of special events are coming up that we might want to celebrate at certain locations. Like the 50th for Tokyo Disneyland is the same year as Dallas's 50th, so with leaning towards we'll go and like both the kids' birthdays are in May, so we'll probably go and celebrate like everyone's birthday in Japan in May, as well as making sure that we get to like Tokyo Disneyland for their 50th sort of thing. So kind of trying to line some stuff up that way, and like what our goals are for like actually doing runs and like what runs we want to do. I did figure out that yes, there is actually a marathon in Marathon. It runs from Marathon to Athens, which would be so cool to do. So we'll keep that kind of in mind. Because what I would love to do is to be able to like, if we're doing marathons anyway, there's are a limited number in some ways. So like to be able to travel to them and do like tack it on to whatever travel plans we have sort of thing. Which, yeah. Why not sort of thing, if that's kind of the hobby that we will pursue. Alright, there we go. New bobbin in. Start the stitching here. And across. Nope, that is not a happy bobbin. Alright, that is a pick out a little bit. Sometimes these bobbins, it's like for an industrial machine, they are extremely tiny bobbins. Like, how has no one ever figured out how to put bigger bobbins in industrial sewing machines yet? Like, this seems like a real problem that they could solve for some very large efficiency gains. Like, the serger doesn't use a bobbin. It just pulls from a spool. So why don't our sewing machines just pull from a spool instead of having to wind these bobbins? It's 100% a mechanics thing. I do know that. But like, how is that not an improvement that has been made? Someone somewhere has to have something figured out. Because it's not just the bobbin runs out, it's that then sometimes when you install it again, it does this. Just a waste of time. Bobbins are a waste of time. Not really. You need a bobbin. Well, as we have it set up, you need the bobbin to actually do your sewing, but maybe one day they'll figure it out. Okay, that'll just be a bunch of threads to like clean up later. I'll have to clean up the top stitching anyway, so we'll clean it up when we clean up the top stitching. Cuts or trims at the end. There we go. Let's pull the thread through. Oh, maybe I missed pulling the thread through last time or something. I don't know. Whatever happened, happened. Okay, let's start back where we were, right here. There we go. Pull the threads that we know for sure aren't gonna serve us up here, so I don't have to trim them later. There we go. Trim this one too. The nice thing is at least that this happened on the black thread. So the thread line, or the stitch lines will still be the same, but if they're slightly off, you're not going to be able to see them as easily. There we go. Alright. Good, stitching down. Alright, let's get this underneath next. Well, I do have to say that this is frustrating to like have to redo so much consistently. It's a rough re-entry. don't actually know if I've had this rough a re-entry for a while. I know I was definitely like done after Knit City for a little bit. That's why I was kind of silent for a couple months. But it's like at this point, it's like I gotta get going. And this is definitely putting a wrench in the works because I was supposed to be done these yesterday, but oh well. They had more work left to them than I actually initially anticipated, which was part of the issue. So it's both really good and terrifying to have these like live streams because it's like, well, this is how long it took you to prep for Knit City, and it's like, ooh, I need to actually add the hours up, but it's like probably going to be a little bit disheartening. At the same time, that's actually a good number to have. Ooh, why are you so cranky? This bobbin, it's so cranky. Okay, we're gonna trim off that. Yeah, look at, like, it's like, ugh, that's not good. Okay, so cranky. Why so cranky? I don't get it. Cranky bobbins are worse than cranky toddlers. There we go. In some ways, cranky toddler most of the time makes sense. On some level, maybe not to us, but to them it makes sense, sort of thing, right? Cranky bobbin makes 0 sense. Excuse me. Swallowing down the wrong pipe. Alright, there we go. Let's try this again. Apparently it hopped out of the bobbin case. Ugh. Alright. Again. Let's try this. Let's see what's gonna happen. That sounds right, at least. That's good. Okay, over the first webbing. There. Yeah, so like I was talking about how smooth my sewing was going yesterday, and then it's like we discovered all those zippers that were like not installed. So that's not smooth sewing. And today it's just fighting. If it fights too much, with this, then what we'll do is after lunch we'll just move into the cutting studio, because realistically there's so much to do that I don't have to be sewing. I could actually go cut linings and interfacings, and that would be work as well. And that means that after we did that work, I could actually interface what we need to interface and all that jazz. So it will not be a lost work day, even if my bobbins remain cranky or my lining material gets in the way of the zipper, which is what we're trying to avoid. That's why we're top stitching. Yeah, I think we're going to sew until lunch. I will go up and have lunch and a reset, maybe a coffee. And then I'll come down and we're gonna cut lining fabric, because Lord deliver me. This is ridiculous. It's approaching ridiculousness. Okay. And of course the stitches aren't going to pull out properly either, of course. Can I just go back on vacation and my like sewing gnomes will take care of this while I'm on vacation? That would be like the best of both worlds. I think that's a fair exchange, right? Like, don't the sewing gnomes know that they are supposed to be working while I was on vacation? Actually, maybe it's gnomes in the machine, so I should be careful what I wish for. Maybe it's them causing the havoc. They need to go on vacation. Alright, gnomes, you can go on vacation now. I will remedy all of this. When you come back, you need to stop throwing wrenches and everything. Okay. Ugh. Okay, we will pull that and trim it right there. And we're gonna go in. And we're gonna stitch it. And then we'll see how far we get. If we get, still would love to get all the top stitching done today at least. And then we're gonna go cut, because it seems like a lot of the time it's just you need to step away from the machine and it resolves itself. And we are gonna turn off that baby monitor. One moment. They must be upstairs getting dressed or something like that, so. Okay. Oh well, we still have gotten a significant amount of work done. It's just, I would have liked to have been done this step already, but oh well. It's coming. But yeah, we'll finish the top stitching. And then yes, it will be switch tasking to like go and cut linings, but it's either that or I'm gonna get too frustrated. So we're down to 10 bags at least for the stitching. And I'm getting hungry, so that's good. Because it is approaching lunchtime, even with the snack that I had. Alright, and then we will double check this to make sure that the stitching was done before we start the top stitching. I don't remember which side we had done the stitching on, but I think it was this side. This one behaved itself. I don't get it. I don't get why some of them went fine and some of them are so like blah. Oh well. I swear fabric does actually have a mind of its own. Dallas always looks at my cutting studio and it's like, it's messy. And I'm like, well, yeah, fabric is kind of like even folded up nice and put away nicely in the shells. I'm like, fabric is kind of inherently just messy. It can look good for a like short amount of time, but then you end up using it and then it just doesn't stay looking good all the time. And if it's messy, again, it means that I'm working. It means I've been in the studio. And what would you prefer, tidy or working? And for me, working. Now, it has gotten to the point where it's like, after this show push, I need to tidy up again and just get the floor cleared up a bit because it is starting to get crowded. But otherwise, whatever. Okay, here we go. Here's the other side. Apparently it's saying that I'm going to go do the cutting next. Means that, of course, everything is going to run super nice and smooth, for this one at least. Lift the needle. There. Alright, let's get this in and under the machine. Make sure the lining fabric is out of the way. It's kind of lined up. I am very much craving okonomiyaki right now. So okonomiyaki is like, the best description most people have is like a cabbage pancake, which is really kind of a really bad description for what it actually is. But it is like cabbage based, and then it has like it's called okonomiyaki because it's basically like your favorite fried things. So you get a cabbage base that is held together with a batter very similar to pancake batter. That's why most people call it a cabbage pancake. And then it'll have like toppings on it if you want, or in it. So mine typically that I really like is called modanyaki actually, because it's there's two styles of okonomiyaki. Let's back this right up. So okonomiyaki, most people translate as cabbage pancake. It is cabbage held together with a pancake-like batter. This one is completely missed. Look at that. Right through the middle. Like, that is not supposed to be like that. And I do really want this bag done. Anyway, so we'll take the zip pull off and then we'll sew it. So there's two styles of this. One style gets made in Hiroshima, and it's actually more like, it is actually pancakes like around cabbage, and it always has noodles. The Osaka style is more of the cabbage with the pancake batter mixed in, and then you can add noodles on top. So my favorite style is the one with added noodles on top. Osaka style, modanyaki. Anyway, it's been one of my favorite dishes since I was there as a student, blah, blah, blah. It is delicious, and I'm craving it now. But it's also like, so it has noodles and all of that, but then it also has, mine always has, or at least I try to get what's called a Cheeto one, which has like cheddar or cheese, and, deliciousness. Okay, how far over did we need to go for the stitching on this? I am going to actually pull the stitching on at least part of this, so it's in between. Oh my goodness gracious, it went all the way over here, and even there it's not caught very well. Okay, this whole stitch line just needs to be pulled out. Do I have time for this? We're gonna make time for this, and then we are gonna go, do you know what, I think I'm going to, can I fix it by just stitching it? Not really, because it's like way down there. And even if I shove it up, it's gonna make the like handles really wonky. Actually, no. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna pick the stitch all the way back to where it's, and I do really want this one for this weekend, so you're lucky I want you at this show so badly. I would not normally do this right now. would normally go into timeout, and then I would fix it, like, or well, it'd be in timeout until I was like, I should probably work on the timeout bin that I have. That's actually what would happen. Because who am I kidding? I have a massive timeout bin. But all of these, realistically, have needed to go in the timeout bin. My goodness. Okay, I'm gonna try and get this seam ripped. Anyway, yeah, okonomiyaki is delicious. I have not yet found a true okonomiyaki in Canada yet. Well, kind of been like, oh no, that ripped the fabric. Did it? A little bit, not too bad. We can salvage that, I think. Okay, so that's not gonna work. We're gonna see. Why are the stitches so tiny? My goodness. And that is the right stitch length. I do know that. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see if that helped. I think I can probably tear the stitches in between. There we go. Pick a few stitches and then kind of just pop it. Haha! Yeah, I wasn't even really caught on this end either because of the, basically I caught the scruff of the freaking fabric. Okay. So annoying. Alright, well that one is like tethered in. We'll just we'll get this actual fabric out of the stitch line because that will show through if I don't, because that's just the luck right now. And then we're gonna actually seam rip the other direction over the webbing on the other side like this. Because I double stitched over there specifically so that it was like stronger. Ugh, so dumb. Alright, here we go. That is, no, we're gonna keep going because otherwise it's not gonna line up right. Alright, Katie, pin this one. I just realized I'm gonna have to repin the webbing too, probably. Not too bad. It's still there. Let's actually pin it while I'm thinking about it. It can just chill right where it is because the stitches are still kind of holding it in place. They're definitely being held in place over here because none of that stitching got pulled because the zipper wasn't in it at all. Alrighty. I think with this one we're going to baste it, and then we'll come back in and we'll stitch it with the interior fabric. Yeah, we have, sorry, the okonomiyaki, we've made it at home. It's still not the same. I think a lot of it ends up being like, it's the same as everything else, right? Like it's water and it's just, like you can get the okonomiyaki flour here in like the Asian grocery store and stuff like that. So we have made it at home. It's still really good, but it's just not the same. Because the cool thing about, basically I just go to a chain for my okonomiyaki or modanyaki in Osaka, and what they do, that's really awesome. I'm basting this. That's what I'm doing. Right. I'm not gonna pin it. I'm gonna baste it. But what they do is it's basically like teppin, where they cook the okonomiyaki actually right in front of you, which is like one of the best parts of the experience overall. So that's part of it too. So food in Japan, like even eating out, is just so much cheaper, and honestly, I feel like also better than the food quality eating out in Canada. Actually, that was one of the big things. We were like so Disney's always had fairly large portion sizes, right? American, like especially for Canadians, or at least I found them quite large for me. And we were kind of banking on that for the runs because we're like, we're going to be hungry afterwards and we're going to need fuel for the races. And no, they've actually reduced their portion sizes, which on a normal trip is awesome. But we had noticed a reduction a few years ago by about a third, actually, quite a bit. But now they've reduced them again, and it's like, if it was a normal trip, this would be fine and amazing because we don't need that much food. But this trip, where we need to be fueling for freaking running, it was like, oh no. Although someone pointed out that they think that it is actually higher quality food, and I would agree overall it did taste better, I think, which is awesome. So I'll take that trade-off normally. It's just good to know also for like future Ren weekends that the portion sizes have been reduced. But anyway, Japan's portion sizes have remained the same, and they did have some inflation, I think about 10%. But like nothing like what we've had for eating out here. So, and like you can still get so much good food at the kombini, like with the convenience stores, and like, yeah, I don't know. One of the big questions I always get asked is like, would you live there again? And I'm like, originally I would have said no, but I think if I ever had the opportunity now, being in the stage of life I'm in now, I would. Not that like a lot of the hesitations I had have changed. It's just I'm in a better stage of my life to even think about it. Because I find that sometimes what ends up happening, like we have one of our friends, she works abroad, and it's awesome. Actually, a couple. I have a friend in Japan still from dorm. It's funny because we weren't really friends when we were there originally. But I would count us as better friends now because I've gone and visited her pretty much every time I've been back in Japan. And so like that's been really cool. But the thing was she was like, now she's settled there, right? So she has a Japanese husband and like is doing her master's there and all of that. So she's there. Or you end up with like people, and it's kind of like, it's not failure to launch because obviously you've launched your career and things like that. But viewing a lot of the other folks that like go abroad, you kind of end up getting stuck if you kind of want to also move forward with like buying a house in Canada or the US or anything like that. So like at the point where I kind of had to make the decision to go do JET or something like that, so teaching English abroad or whatever, my younger self was not ready to commit to that sort of thing. Adult self, me now, 100% I would go back and do it. Not necessarily JET or anything like that, but like, I don't know, something. Maybe when the kids are out of the house, that's what I'll do. And actually sorry, I just saw your comment about the konmiyaki before. The one that actually always turns out really well at home that we've really enjoyed has been gyoza. So basically the Japanese version of dumplings or pot stickers. And the recipe we use for that one is actually from Just One Cookbook. She's Japanese American, and it's like very authentic tasting. It's so good. They are a lot of work, so we haven't done them recently because it's just a lot of work with the kids in the house. So maybe on one of their like, when I'm not head down prepping for a show, maybe that's what we'll do in the winter, like February or something like that. Or on one of their days when they're at school and I don't need to be in show prep mode. Alright, there we go. Okay, one side of that one. How many did I have left? 1, 2, 7 left. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see where we get. I am 100% over fixing zippers right now, like I said, so I'll try to stop doing this before I get super frustrated with it. Although I'm also so tired that it's kind of hard to get frustrated because I'm just like, oh, I just want to sleep. I said yesterday would be the nap day, but I think today might actually be a nap day so that I can come down and work a little bit before I go to bed tonight. If you're not twisted, I would be so upset if that was twisted right now. That would be nope, we're done and I'm going for lunch. Right now I'm frustrated, but I'm not that frustrated. Besides, this bird bag is spectacular. But this is also why, okay, so typically I do end up, I don't typically just do single runs of bags. Typically what I do is I do all the zippers. Then I do all the top stitching. And then I do all the like finishing work. So this is a little bit out of like sequence for me in some ways, because normally I would already have the lining and like interfacing cut for the small box bags, and we would just be top stitching everything. Yes, please. Okay, cool. Alright, well that was the lunch bell. So we'll get done what we can get done before that, and then after lunch I will move over to the cutting studio. So I will actually end the stream for lunch today. Mostly so you don't have to watch me move. I know I can do the BRB, but mostly so you don't have to watch me move everything back and forth to the cutting studio. Okay, that side is fine. Let's top stitch that side, and then we'll reinstall the zipper on this other side, because sorry, that was probably extremely loud. Considering that I heard it through my phone, it was extremely loud. Get out of here. Let's top stitch you, and then it is just not my day today. Alrighty. The last couple days of sewing just have not been my sewing days. This is what I mean. Sometimes it's like everything just goes nice and smooth and easy, and then some days you have a day like today and yesterday. So the last couple of days have just been kind of sewing days. Let's go with that. Okay. Put it back down. This one's not as bad, so we're not gonna pick the stitch line out. We're just gonna re-sew it. And we're gonna re-sew it in here like this. Anyway, that was Dallas asking if I wanted lunch. So he's in the process of making it right now, so I'll just wait for the lunch call, and then we'll head out. And then when you see me again, I will be in the cutting studio. Actually, maybe I will just put it to BRB, because then I don't have to post it Instagram again that it's like, I'm back, or anything like that. Okay, that was a very smooth sewing this time. Actually, speaking of just one cookbook, she had a recipe that she put out the other day that looked delicious. It was just mushroom rice. And I'm like, that looks amazing. And now I want mushroom rice. I've already told Dallas that we're having, so he's going to make butter chicken, I think, tonight? Yeah. And then I was like, I have been craving chicken fried rice. So he's going to make a bunch of rice, and then we'll make chicken fried rice tomorrow. Because, yeah, that is what I'm craving. And we tried to null and void most of our, well, all of our like big meals out. We are going to keep a little bit of a drive-through budget, mostly for those days after school where it's just like I have no mental space to process actually making dinner right now. Actually, that's what I should be pulling you guys for. I need slow cooker recipes, because then I can put the slow cooker on while I'm downstairs sewing, and it doesn't actually disrupt my work day. So if you have slow cooker recipes that you really enjoy, either throw the title in the comments, or like the chat right now would be really good, or you can DM them to me on Instagram. I'm Atelier Nekuzuki over there as well. But I'm always looking for good slow cooker recipes. Anyway, it's ready? Alright. We are going to go into BRB, because I'll just go eat and then I'll come back. I think this one is good. I said we were going to go to the cutting studio, but at this point we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're 6 from the end, so we may as well finish the top stitching, even though it is frustrating. But we may as well get it done, and then we'll go to the cutting studio, because it's a good pause point between top stitching and side seams. So, alright, I'll be back in like probably half an hour, so about 12:30 my time, 12:40 my time, and I'll chat with you then. I will leave you focused on the cat. Actually, I'll be on the BRB, sorry. Alright, we're kind of back. I just realized I should put this into intermission. There we go, because then you don't have to watch me struggle to get my phone into the whole, like, this. We are back at the... Okay. He's down here chilling and quality control inspecting. I was actually going to pull up. I realized that I had actually never looked for a marathon in Kyoto. So I'm going to show you the medal that they have for the Kyoto Marathon. Because it is honestly the best one that I have ever seen. And now it is like top of my list to go do. So it's actually a geisha head. With like, and then the first kanji in Kyoto, they actually changed into a like little running person, which is amazing. And then like there's the geiko on the back of it too. It is spectacular. I love it so much. And I thought that I'd actually looked at if there was a marathon in Kyoto, but apparently I never did. And now I really, really, really like that medal. Like, I like that better than anything I actually ended up getting in Disney. And that's saying something, because those are some pretty freaking fantastic medals. Okay. We're going to go over here. We're going to get the collab stream going, maybe. Oh, right, I stopped the video on this side. Haha. Like confused. Okay, so I'm gonna suck it up and we're gonna finish the big bags and then we will move over and we will cut the interiors. Well, we're gonna finish something about these big bags. I don't know exactly what I'm doing right now, but we'll do it. Alright, there we go. We're back to the sewing machine. I'm going to like maybe change that video up a little bit so we're not looking at all of my mess back there. That's better. Okay. So, welcome back to the chaos stream right now. It's that kind of day. Every single zipper has been fighting us. Because, you know, why wouldn't it? And we're down to about 6 bags to finish. So let's finish up the top stitching at least. Well, not 6 bags to finish, but 6 bags to finish the top stitching on. Had a reset. We had some lunch. I got a coffee, you know. I still have some coffee to finish, which will be fine. And then we'll figure out what we're doing after the top stitching. If these continue to fight me like they did before I left for lunch, we will be going to the cutting studio like ASAP. If there's any hint of a fight, I am done with this sewing machine for today. It's just like, ugh, gross. Anyway, I swear, when I was running the Dopey Challenge with Dallas, of course that was the first marathon, blah, blah, blah. And if you've been joining me for a while, you know that's all I've been talking about for a while, and apparently we're not going to get away from it. I told Dallas marathons are special occasions only. I'm only going to run a marathon on a special occasion. So like Tokyo, Osaka, and now Kyoto are definitely special occasion runs in some ways. Obviously we can tack them on to, or we'll tack on a fabric trip basically to it, which will be amazing. But it's like, now I'm like, well, maybe I'll run the marathon in Calgary next year. Calgary would not count as a special occasion for me because it's like, it's here. But, yeah, it's like, man, I said it was going to be special occasions only, and now I'm like, when am I gonna run my next one? I think the big thing with the marathon is it's like it is a lot of training, and in the next year I do need to just focus on actually getting my physical fitness up to a level where it's not so taxing on me to actually like run the race. Like my next goal I want to have like I'm not gonna say a 6-hour finish. So my first one was 6:44 and some change. I was nearly 6:45, which realistically I was aiming for 7 hours and under. So I'm quite pleased with that time, because it is actually significantly better than I had had in my head that I was going to do. But I think the next goal should be like a sub 6:30 or even a sub 6. Because the thing about a marathon is that there is a lot of kilometers, but that also means that there's a lot of kilometers where if you improve your pace even like 10 seconds per kilometer or 10 seconds per mile, you are going to improve your time by a significant amount. So, like, there's a lot more wiggle room on it than there is on like a 5K or a 10K. I would say the next one would obviously be the half, but yeah, over this next year, I'm gonna focus in on the half marathons and lightening up weight-wise to be back below what I was before kids, or at least closer in line with it, because that also will help me reach health goals with my diabetes and everything like that. And it'll just make me feel better. It will, and my joints will also help. Thank me. Anyway, but that Kyoto Marathon medal, oh my goodness. Yeah, I'll put a link to the actual website where they show the medal in the comment section, or the like description section after I'm done this, and I can modify information. So I love the fact that it leans so heavily into like what you associate with Kyoto as like, yeah, no, anyway. And it runs in February too, which is nice because it means that you'll avoid the summer heat in Japan, because February is actually, it's not like cold, but it's chilly. It's good running weather for us because it'll be warmer than it is here, because they don't really get below freezing, at least in Kyoto area. The elevation change is very similar to what I ran in Fernie, which is nice, so it wouldn't be above about 100 meters total, although there would be elevation change. But yeah, like runs alongside these like really cool UNESCO sites and like areas that I haven't actually been since I was on exchange there, which is hilarious. It's just, that would be really cool to do. Like, actually cooler for me to do than even Osaka. Like, I really want to do the Osaka Marathon, but now it's kind of like Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo as a ranking if I had to choose, or I get a choice. Dallas is like, apply for them all, and then like that determines how long your trip is, because Kyoto is about 2 weeks before Osaka, or yeah, before Tokyo, and Tokyo is a week before Osaka. I'm like, that would be a super intense trip, but you know, given how we felt after Dopey, may not be that bad. The intense part of it would be childcare, because yeah. But they don't start until about, actually I think it was about 7 a.m. Wait, no, 9 a.m. They didn't start till 9 a.m. So it's not like you're up early or anything like that, really, or at least not as early as you have to be for the Disney runs. Because now, like, yeah, actually, I wonder what time we have to be, because Dallas is running Calgary Marathon this year. I wonder what time we have to be there for that one. Because I also have to be there for that one, because I'm doing the half marathon, and they release the full and the half at the same time, basically. Although that one, he's going for an actual time. That's a time run, not a Disney run, so let's see. I think he's been training for like a 4.5 hour marathon, so I gotta double check. I think I did a 3:10 half when we did the full marathon at Disney, which is a personal best. So I think in Calgary, what I should probably aim for, due to elevation gain and everything, or like altitude, is probably, I'll try to aim for sub 3:20, which is what I ran in Fernie. So aim for about that 3:10 mark, and then I think I've committed myself to actually running the half in Canmore, and I'll for that one I'll probably aim for about 3 hours. So we'll see. It doesn't have to happen. If it doesn't happen, my goal is to finish. That's all I really need to do, is finish. Alright, so far so good for these zippers. These bags are still fighting me, but whatever, we'll get them done. Seeing that medal is like really motivating to like actually get more, like, get lighter, get faster. Because that is one thing, is that the time limit on the Kyoto one is 6 hours, whereas Disney is like, I think what they say is 7 hours, but if you're in an earlier corral starting like basically that would be back of the very back of the back group. So if you're in an earlier corral, there was people finishing at like the 7:45 mark and stuff like that. So it's very forgiving for time. This wouldn't be quite as forgiving for time because it basically would shut the city down from what I can tell from the description of it. So alright, that looks like it is hanging on by some threads. Yeah, I'm gonna stitch this zipper in again, just because it's like, there's a lot of zipper showing, which means there's not a lot of fabric attached to the zipper, which is annoying, but not as bad as actually having a gap in it. So turn that back down. Lift the needle here. Sorry, those shears do sound extremely loud. Try to be a little bit more gentle setting them down. Just more conscious of when I set them down, they need to be quieter. Okay, there we go. Got 1, 2. Okay, so this is 3 of 3 left to do, so that's not bad. We'll get there. Hi, please stitch forward. Thank you. What the heck happened? Did my kids get into, maybe they got into my dog pressure or something like that too. I should have picked it up faster than that. Oh well. There we go, that's better. It's only about 1/8 of an inch, but that makes a massive difference in how much zipper you actually see on the exterior. Alrighty, here we go. Flip it back. That's better balanced now. This fabric, this colorway in this fabric is spectacular. Like, look at that. So good. So good. Okay. Then what is this? It's not even 1 o'clock. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Not spectacular, but pretty good for how much work we've had to do today and how much repair work we've had to do. You know, all that good stuff. Alright, here we go. We're going to throw this underneath, and then we're going to stitch it. And we're going to go across. Dallas is taking a rest right now, but so he's been tidying up and stuff like that, which I get it. It is not very mentally engaging, but he's just like, I'm going nuts and I need to walk. And I'm like, well, that's why we've got a treadmill. Go put the kids in the truck with their iPads, because then they'll be entertained, and get on the treadmill. Because he's like, I'll take them outside for a walk. I'm like, it's too cold to go out for a walk with the kids right now, just with the wind chill, because it's also all would just be like blowing in their faces in the stroller. So it's just like, no, go walk on the treadmill. I know it's not as engaging as getting outside, but it'll be better than nothing. So. Because his training, I think, starts this week, actually. My training starts next week, so I'll start running again next Wednesday, basically. Which will be good. It'll be very good. Thinking it's also later in the week. Like, it feels like it should be like Wednesday or Thursday, but it's only Tuesday. Which, it's better to think it's a little bit later in the week given how much I've got to finish. But it's also heartening when I'm like, oh no, it's actually only Tuesday. Just feels later in the week. I don't know why. Ow. My whole like sense of time is messed up from after getting home, so. All I know right now mentally is that I'm on deadline, so we will get the deadline stuff done. And after this, it's taxes. Yay! Ugh, taxes. Oh well. Wanna keep our services moving? Pay our taxes. I just don't like doing the taxes. taxes. Oh no, I missed that the zipper needs to be redone. Alright. Back stitch here. Pull it out. Stitch the zipper. Anyway, yeah, the main thing I don't like about doing taxes is it always feels like I'm gonna mess them up. I haven't, but it's just like, ugh. That's the stress part of it, not actually doing the taxes. Just the thought that it might be messed up taxes. Alright. There we go. Now we're good. Well, at least I caught that before we were like right on it. Which is also an improvement. And then this top stitch will be nice and even. And pretty. Then after Airdrie, I need to figure out a new ring light or some sort of situation because this one is still breaking down. No, don't get caught. There we go. There. Oh, why did I do that? That was dumb. Oh well. Get this one underneath. I should check my email too. It's always good to take a break in the middle of the day because part of it is that I don't get the notifications when the phone is on doing the stuff. So it's always good to just double check all my notifications while I'm basically on my lunch break. I'm gonna just plug this in so that it doesn't die halfway through, hopefully. It's probably getting close. Yeah, I just realized also if I'm going, so the plan right now is basically I'll do another solo trip to Japan next fall for, depending on how the next couple show seasons go. If I need the trip, I probably will, given how busy it was last year. But yeah, I just realized we'll have to figure out how to like actually isolate my voice and stuff like that. So hopefully I can do like a live shop with you all when I'm in Tokyo and Kyoto, because like what time it's like 1 p.m. for me and it's 5 o'clock over there right now. So like if I'm shopping a little bit earlier in the day, right when they open, they'll usually open around like 11 a.m. So it's 5, that's minus 6 hours. So that'd be like 7 a.m. Mountain Time. So yeah, like a little bit early, but not like 4 a.m. in the morning early or anything like that. So maybe get Dallas to like try to moderate or something like that, just so he can pull my attention to things. Oh, okay, last pins to poke me, hopefully. Because everything from here on out is going to be clips. There, the pins can go away. See ya later, pins. Okay. Alright, let's see. Did we get this completely sewn across? It looks like this is one of the few ones that was actually properly installed completely across. Last. Yeah. Last one to top stitch. And then we can go into side seams. I'm glad I was just like, no, we're just gonna buckle down with the understanding that if it goes completely sideways, we will go to the cutting studio. But let's get these big bags done and dusted. So we'll finish the top stitching, and then we have to put the zip pulls back on because because they all came off. I think excuse me, I think actually having the zip pulls off for the next round to actually, like, from zipper installation forward may actually help keep the zipper in line better with the bag instead of us having to do so much resetting of the zipper after it's already been sewn in, basically. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna look at, like, I gotta figure out when the dates for Knit City Vancouver actually are next year. Obviously they haven't been announced, it's not a big deal. Right now they're just in September, and that'll determine a lot of things of, like, if Dallas has to take time off, that'll change, like, when I actually go to Japan and stuff like that. The nice thing is that I could potentially do direct flights out of Calgary, and if I can't do them out of Calgary, I could at least, no, that one isn't completely set in. Anyway, I could at least get a direct flight back to Calgary, which would be nice. So, because realistically, it's the coming back there, the direct is really nice. And WestJet is partnered with JAL, which is Japan Airlines, and Japan Airlines is honestly still one of the better airlines, especially for economy. So, because I think JAL used to be partnered with, oh no, it's always been ANA, I think, with Air Canada, but I don't know. Because, like, when I flew, I can't remember who I flew originally, because, like, when I flew going for exchange, I had to do the layover in Vancouver because there were no direct flights out of Calgary. And there was such a high demand. Like, Narita is still such a large layover airport, especially for India and stuff like that. It's kind of like this touchstone to kind of disperse across the continent of, like, Asia and elsewhere. But so anyways, I don't remember if I flew. Did WestJet even really exist at that point in 2009? Because if they didn't, I would have flown Air Canada, no doubt. But my flight that I picked in or got in Vancouver was definitely JAL or Japan Airlines. So, like, I feel like they used to be partnered, but they uncoupled. Because of course Air Canada's part of, like, that Star Alliance group, which is a bunch of other, like, basically if it's like if you're flying Air Canada, you can also fly these other airlines and you can collect points on them and stuff like that. So, like, I think United is one of them and things. But now I'm wondering if, like, WestJet even existed, or if they would have serviced that kind of flight path at that time. They probably existed, but yeah, because I think they've celebrated 25 to 30 years recently. And I was on exchange 15 years ago. Actually, on that note, while we were down at Disney, Dallas and I passed over our 15 years since we met date, actually, which is insane. I think it was like the half marathon day, which is super cool. So we're approaching 15 years together and 10 years married, which it's like, where did that go? As much as I'm like, oh my goodness, my kiddos are growing up, it's like, my goodness, we were such young kids, and now we're not so young anymore. Still pretty young in some ways. That's okay. We can still be pretty young in some ways, as long as we do what we need to do. Okay, I gotta shimmy this over a little bit because it still didn't catch it. I think that, there we go. It wasn't much, but it needed that little, like, what, 16th jog of an inch? 16th of an inch jog? There we go. That's better. Okay, now we'll top stitch it. Yeah, anyway, so WestJet is now partnered with JAL, which means that they do actually offer some really good deals in the wintertime. But if I can avoid that and still take a direct flight home, that's what I would love to do, is direct home even if I don't get direct out. Just because, like, how I have to line up the dates or days with Dallas's work and everything like that, because yeah, kid care would be the big concern. Although realistically, I could fly in the day he flies out in some ways, and I think that might be the best way to do it. Just to, so like I can extend by a day so I have enough time to ship luggage. Because here's the thing, then if I can ship luggage when I'm in Japan, I don't have to like wrangle it onto the trains, which is a way better situation when you have 50 and 75 pound bags. There we go. We have completed the top stitching. We've completed the top stitching. We've done it. The zippers are installed. The top stitching is done. That means it's time to put the zipper pulls back on. Alright, so zipper pulls, and then we'll cut the care tags, and then we will sew the side seams, the boxing, and the sewing of the boxes, and then we're done. No, then we have to turn them and finish them, but whatever. That kind of goes into the same family of finishing. Alright, we'll swap our threads while I'm thinking about it for now, just because I'm already thinking about taking the bobbin out, obviously. And throw this in here and around, and here, and pull the black thread, and have some coffee, because this is a good in-between point. More white thread that's Gutermann. The thread costs on Gutermann have gone up so much. I've actually got a different brand that should still work. It's 100% polyester thread. It's kind of like all-purpose thread, but it's like just a little bit different. Well, it's a different manufacturer from what I can tell, but the spool cost was like a third of what it would have cost me to replace the Gutermann thread. I'm like, oh. So here's hoping it's just as good. It's the same weight, so it should be fine. But yeah. Okay. Rethread the white thread. This is why I don't like switching colors when I don't need to, or like trying to do everything in chunks kind of color like that. It doesn't take long, but you don't want to be switching it for every bag. It's also why I only use 2 colors of thread, white and black. To use a lot more colors, but that's when I was also using like the domestic machine, and it just dealt with certain colors better too. This industrial white and black is good enough. Pull it out. There we go. Alrighty. Now we're not going to thread the bobbin right now because I don't have an empty bobbin. I'll just throw it up on the stand. We'll have some coffee. Come here, my coffee cup. The jig back on to the desk. Where does the jig go? The jig goes there, because then you can see me working on it. There we go. And this one is navy, so we will start with a navy zip. Dun, dun, dun. Go, and then we need to do this kind of upside down. So, because the zip pull is like, so the zip hangs with the like actual pull down. So this basically has to go the other way, this way. Okay. Wait. Oh my goodness, I'm all wrong direction right now. There we go. Okay, so it has to go so that the exterior is out. No, that's not right either. We want interior facing us. Yeah, okay. Interior facing us. Exterior facing in. Which is what makes this awkward to do this after everything's installed, because it's like everything now has to go into the middle of the bag. We'll trim all these threads so that they're out of the way of the zip. To make pulling the zip pull on easier. There we go. Okay, that was actually easier than I anticipated it being. And now it's on. And now we just got to do it a gazillion more times. Not really, just a quadruple in. Okay. This one here. Interior exterior facing us, exterior facing in, everything in. And then we punt it this way. And then we thread it on here with all this stuff out of the way, please. Oh, I see what I'm messing up. Okay, it's gotta be this. There we go. Get all these threads out of the way. They can all be trimmed afterwards if they don't just get sewn into the seams. Because no one sees the inside of my bags except for when you're watching the stream. No, come here. Come on. You were almost there. I saw you. You wanted to go. There we go. Yeah. Oh, no. Ah. Of course, I got the lining caught in there. Of course. It's not going to get caught when it's actually in the bag. It just kind of jogged over. So, alright, let's pull those back. Next one. Another navy. And we'll trim up this end so that we can actually do the installation. Navy, navy, navy. All the navies apparently were pretty much on top. Alright, there we go. I've got it right this time. Perform some magic to get the zip pull on, and it's good. At least that's what it always feels like. Especially when it goes on that smooth. Compared to everything else being so difficult, it's like this is what I expected to be the difficult part has been the easiest. But maybe that's all relative. Maybe that's not actually a comment on how easy putting zip pulls on. Maybe it just feels easy because everything else has been extra work. It's not like it's been hard. It's been frustrating and extra work. That's what it's been. Okay. Come on, zipper. You know you wanna. Okay. In, and through. And through. And through. Sweet. Okay, there's that pile done from the bin. Now go into the desk pile. That's like put into multiple sections because the zipper repair that had to, or zipper setting that still had to keep going. Alright, here we go. Black. There we go. And we'll pop this in here like this. Nope, looks like the other end's gonna be better. This one's pretty mauled, and so we'll just do this side. Around and down and in. Come on. I jinxed myself. I was like, this is easy, and now it's gonna fight me. Just watch. Like I said, there is some directionality to these, I'm pretty sure. So it's like, I might actually have to do the other end. It's just that the other end's like kind of destroyed, to be honest. Not kind of, it is destroyed. So we'll see. Let's try and get this. Well, I'll try one more time. If it doesn't work this time, then I'll flip it back to the other side. Oh, there we go. It heard it. It's like, uh-oh, I better get myself in gear. Okay. This one is turning out. This one's turning out so nice. So like the nice thing about these is you basically can see how they're going to come together besides the wedge now. And so like that is turning out so elegant in some ways with the like black zip and the black handles, and it's just so nice. The canvas bottom and everything too. So we can admire them as they kind of wrap up here, which is nice. That's what I do like about the katos. Basically, once you've sew in the exterior, even if you have the interior to go, it's like still really nice to see. It's like, oh yeah, this came together nicely. Although honestly, I haven't had one recently to where I'm like, ugh, no. I don't know if I've ever had a bag where I'm like, no, you don't look good at all. So there's definitely some where it's like, well, you could be improved, but that's not necessarily the, like, I see what part of the problem is I'm gonna move the jig over a little bit because then I'm not like trying to battle the machine head here. There we go. And I can turn my phone down a bit and you can still watch. Maybe. It's like freezing. There we go. Okay, so I bet you that means that, let's see. Oh, that's not what I want to see. I'm gonna unplug it because I bet you it's starting to overheat. So we'll move this out of the way. There are weather warnings for Bay Lake, Florida. I do not need weather warnings for Bay Lake right now. I am no longer there. Alright, the next one. Oh, there's the next two. Turn these apart. So this is this black cat with like that purple windows and Alice. Okay, black cat needs a black zip pull. We'll turn it this direction. And that should get us here. So we're gonna move these over here. There we go. So I don't knock them off my laptop, hopefully. Scatter them to the floor. There we go. Zip it up a bit more. Sweet. Now we're going to do Alice. Needs to be trimmed up in between. Yeah, like that. Where'd it go? There it is. At least it's easy to see because I heard where it fell, basically. Okay, there we go, like that. And then I'm gonna pull it in here. Bah. Okay, I'll go under the desk once this is like out of the way. Like ran or went down my like foot and behind the sewing desk. Yeah, I can see it, but this is in the way, so I'll grab it in a moment. All right, let's see here. Hey, yeah, we did it. Okay, and then grab this one, and then go to the back. Excuse me. And at least not all of these need a zip pull on it because there were 3 with like closed end zippers on them, so that's good too. So when we get to them, we can just put them aside. These will all need to be turned back out the right direction so that we can actually finish the interior seams. And then, yeah. So what are we gonna do? So first we gotta put all these zip pulls on, and then we're gonna trim all, or cut all the care tags. That's what I was going for, care tags. And then we will do the whatchamacallits, and then we'll do the whatchamacallit. Cut care tags, and then we will turn all the bags so that the interiors are out, basically. Right sides in, right sides together, wrong sides out. Sew the side seams, and then we'll box them. Apparently this number of big bags is a 2-day project outside of like actually doing the bottoms. So that's a good thing to know too. And I do not feel as absolutely exhausted today, so I hope that I can actually get on for a little bit tonight to do. We will cut lining. I think the goal tonight will be to cut the linings and get interfacing done for small box bags, because then tomorrow I can come on and we can just sew. Well, we gotta figure out zippers too, but like basically just head down and sew, which will be nice too. You get around that, go back there. Okay, navy zip. I really like this one. This one is like freaking adorable. Oops, sorry. That is going to be wiggly. Oh, or it skipped, which is fine, which is actually better, but this is crepe cats. So it's all these cats in the crepes with the fruit and everything like that. I love it. So cute. I love my quirky Japanese fabrics. It's one thing I gotta figure out to do, because like Dallas is like, you should have like very quintessentially Japanese fabrics for Odafest. So like choose your most Japanese fabrics. I'm like, that's tough because it's all Japanese fabric to me. So might have to have him come down and actually choose the fabrics I use, because it's like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, okay, maybe not the polar bear and penguin fabric, because that's not super Japanese, but at the same time it's like, it is, I don't know how I'm going to select that if I get accepted to Odafest. So I do think at this point, because so they're supposed to have stuff come in by the end of January. I think like that'll still be enough time to do things. So I think after this, what I'm going to focus on is restocking small box bags. Even though I said I'm going to do a bunch, or hopefully do a bunch for Airdrie, that'll be the next one. That's like, okay, focus in on small box bags. And then we'll focus in on Kato, because the other part of this is that if I'm going up to Peace Fiber Fest and Fiber Shindig, if I get accepted to either of those or both of them, they're like 2 weeks apart, so I'm not going to have a lot of time to make for them in between. So, oh right, taxes. That was the other thing. It can't all be sewing right now. My youngest is actually starting. They're gonna swap over to the preschool my eldest is at, and so that's actually gonna add. They're gonna start going for 3 days a week instead of 2 days a week, and that is actually gonna add a significant chunk of time for me, which will help a lot with just being able to balance responsibilities a bit better, hopefully. So, not like homemaking responsibilities, but business responsibilities. Yeah, because the other thing we gotta focus in on is the custom orders from Boxing Week as well. So if you're looking to get a custom order, and you're not seeing it here right now, but you want something, now is an excellent time to get it in, because after taxes, I will be focusing in on custom orders, because, oh, this is a black zipper. Glad I didn't put a blue of navy pull tab on the black one. Anyway, yeah, now is the time, a good time, because I'll be focusing in on custom orders. And so you'll still be bottom of the list because it's first come, first served. But you will be on the list, and like they're going to be some of my top priorities for the next little bit. Does that mean that's all I'm going to be sewing? No, because that's not very efficient. So it'll probably be more like I will focus on sewing all the small box bags or whatever has been ordered most, and then work my way through the list of like all the different stuff. Now, some of these fabrics are not available as pre-orders or custom orders, whatever, pick your own orders, simply because I didn't know what they were going to work for. Some of them are working for more bags, like will be available for more bags than I anticipated, but I also have to check the stock to see how much is left. So some of these will just be going right into ready-made. If you're seeing anything over the next few days that you're like, oh my goodness, I need that, let me know and we can set it aside and sort it out. I have no concerns about doing that. Alright, let's get this in. I think it is like gloomy outside today. It's all like cloudy and everything. Just realizing open, and I think a lot of the, it's not that the vehicle is running, but there's still like leftover fumes coming downstairs, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go open, crack a window. I'll be right back. There, not one that's like directly beside me because that would be miserable, but one that's like in the room so that we can get some airflow through here, hopefully. In, on, dun dun dun, dun dun dun. There we go. Getting there. A little bit more coffee, and then we'll finish these off. That was the snap bin. Okay, I didn't realize it was like snuck in between bags. Now I remember where it was. Sorry. Well, we will pick up the ones that are right under my wheels so I don't crunch them, and then we will deal with the rest later. Or at least sweep them out from underneath my chair. There we go. And we'll sort them out from the scraps later. Oh my goodness. Okay. Like I said, just maybe not my last couple days of sewing. It's not meant to be. Okay. That one needs a zip pull. This one does not. The like bright granny square one. Granny triangles. You can just go over. This one doesn't either. So we're just gonna sort out the three that don't, and then we'll finish off the zip pulls for the ones that do, which means that we only have like 4 more. Well, I've got 4 more zip pulls and 3 bags. I don't know how one disappeared, but it has disappeared. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and there's 4 zip pulls. All right, well that is a mystery. Oh well, not one. We are going to solve. If you saw me sewing something that you haven't seen, go back under for a zip pull from yesterday. Let me know, because then at least I know which fabric I'm looking for. Oh, it's the birds. Jeez. Apparently I must have snipped it from the chain piecing. And we do want the birds. So no need to yell at me, I figured it out. It's right here. There we go. Let's finish the birds off here. Your job. You're supposed to help close the zippers. Do your job. You know you want to do your job. Yeah. There we go. Okay, and then the Sheba. This print is so good. I actually ended up with some fat quarters of this one last year. Last year being actually November of 2022. So this like retro Sheba print. I haven't made anything out of it till this year, however, because I actually found yardages of it this year, which is way easier to work with for what I want to do. I am down to like dregs of it now though, so that's where it's like, okay, if you don't see this as a custom order on the website, it's very likely that I've already cut it up and I'm like making stuff out of it, or like have it intended for something on the cutting table right now. So just send me a message, or if you're watching this, you can always make a comment in the chat or in the comment thread afterwards once it's actually posted off live. There we go. And I'm always happy to take a look. Yo, dude, don't lay on the bags I'm actively working on. There we go. Now you're good. You can lay there. That better? Yeah. They've been like massive sucks since we came home. I think they really missed us, because it's not like we traveled a lot over the last few years, and definitely not for like that length of time actually, because we were gone for 10 days. So Dahlia's been very overprotective, and Flynn's been hanging out down here a lot as well. It's also just a good break for them from the kids coming down here with me too, so a refuge for all three of us. Okay, last sip pull. Last sip pull. There we go. And then we'll get it on. It's over. Get it on. And then success. Okay, so care tags next. I need to actually do a count, and actually, so what we'll do, because these have to be turned anyway, is we'll pull them, count them, and then I can figure out how many tags I need as we turn them as well. Okay, that works for me. So we've got 1 cotton. Okay, we're gonna fold this up like that, because then I've got space to do this in. Actually, I think most of them are cotton, but it's just like I don't know how many I actually have here. I think it's something about, it's probably about 2 dozen, I think, right now. And that's a pair down from what I originally, I do have more actually cut over there and just waiting to be like ironed, but I was like, if I don't stop here, I'm not gonna get anything done, so that's what happened instead. Alright. 3 cotton. Ha 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 ha. I think there's only one that's not cotton. I think there's only one that's cotton linen blend. But you know. 3, 4. And then we'll go in and we'll make sure that all the zippers go the right direction so that it's nice. Oh yeah, and this needs a trim because we did carry over the top stitching like that. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5. Once we get it kind of shaken out here and ready. There we go. And I'll close the zipper at least part way. There we go. 5. 5. Usually I put the care tags in the like corner seam, but honestly I want to start putting them in the actual like side seam instead of when I'm boxing them, because that's just, I don't know, mentally it makes more sense, I think, although it is more mental power to figure it out.
just gonna turn you back to dual wide so you can actually see what I'm doing. Hopefully. Today, or what about maybe back triple might be better. I can't tell. Did that change anything? Back ultra wide.
There we go. Now you can actually see what I'm working on. A little bit better. And what I'm kind of talking about. Alright. Trim. I lost count, so that was probably, we're gonna say this is 6, 7. I know for sure we passed 5. I think this is 7 now. I have extra tags, it's not a big deal, it's just prefer, again, more tags than not enough tags. Actually, I need to figure out who I'm gonna go for tag supplies now, because my one that I used for years they just like closed. They didn't even give us warning or anything. Someone was asking where we got our tags printed, and in the M-Line bag group, I said I use Finer Ribbon because they were out of Quebec, Canadian, and they're like, yeah, they're closed, and I'm like, what? They didn't there was no word of it happening. It just happened. I'm like, all right then, that's a big kick in the gut. So now I gotta find a new supplier. The good thing is that I had a bunch, but like within the next, I don't know, 6 months, I'm probably gonna need more. So I guess it's time to redesign the tag a little bit and just figure out what I'm doing exactly. So there's 8. Oh, the capybara are cotton linen. So there's 1 capybara. This is definitely cotton linen as well. So 2 cotton linen. This is the 9th cotton. So 2 cotton linen, 9 cotton. I'll probably just count the cotton again afterwards rather than trying to maintain that in my head. And obviously I'll straighten out that edge because that's not gonna fly under the sewing machine. 11. Here is a 3rd cotton linen. Oh yeah, and actually the Alice are definitely cotton linen as well. So 30. Just got to them. 4. And that cat with roses is as well. Black cat on purple is not. I have lost count of how many cotton we have, so we'll just do counts afterwards. We're just gonna split into piles for now where they are supposed to go. Actually, that's the light I need to get back, because I need to get the lights I had on the neck of the machine actually fell off finally, to the point where it's like, or no, they actually broke. And I couldn't use them anymore, so I've got to get a new set of like lights to go in the neck of the machine, because the machine neck is really dark now, even for me working with it, and like it looked better on video when it was lit too, so I forgot that that's something I need to get this year. And actually, that's just something I'll probably order off Amazon, because I don't know of any independent suppliers of what I'm looking for actually. Okay, the last 2 cottons. Da, 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 da. That was almost too far. We almost had to redo another zipper. Alright, let's not pull the zipper pull off. I do not want to be installing zipper pulls again for a 3rd time. Zipper pulls stay on. Alright, actually there's 2 more. 2 more big bags here. Alright, so 1 and 2. so we have 2 cottons. Just gonna prep the actual okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, 15 cotton and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cotton linens. What did I say? I figured we had 22 bags. Pretty close then. Okay, 6 cotton linens and 15 cottons. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cotton linens. Sorry, these scissors are squeaky. And 15 cotton. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right there. Alright, now just put those to the side for a minute and then we'll trim these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to do 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know I've already counted these. I don't know why I'm counting them again, especially if you're knitting. I'm sorry. I do not need to throw off your counts. If Andrea is still here, I hope you're still working on your like big blanket and not having to count. Fair warning for anyone who watches me in future. Maybe don't have something you need to count if you're like sitting here and knitting and drinking your coffee. You're safe now. There are no more counts for a little bit. Should put like a warning, need to count. Alright, so there are our tags. Nice and ready. There we go. Next step. Having that window open is really cold, but that's okay. It's cleared the air in the basement, which is what I was aiming for. Okay, some water. Good. Alright, so we are going to sew the bags now. Sweet. Let's see here. We're going to sew it from this direction, which means we're going to throw the... Alright, so this is one of those places where clips are really good because the zipper has to kind of fold into the bag, and that's how you end up with a nice crisper finish. And we're also going to need to clip the actual tag in since we're sewing it into the side seam. So we're just going to do it on this side because that's the side we're working on, and I'm thinking that the tag should go in right now, so that's what we're going to do. Like that. And yes, the interior is slightly wonky, but that's okay. We want a smaller interior on these bags so that they're not baggy. When you actually like look into the bag, there isn't like a bunch of excess fabric. Also, there's massive selvages on the exterior still, so there'll be some jogging around as it is. Alright, so there's them clipped. And then we are going to do this to all of them before I do sew them, because then we can just zip them through. This is realistically the easiest part of any bag that I make, is this last couple of steps for the big bag. Alright, clip tag. Tag. Like that. And then we'll do the tag on the, or the zipper on the other side here. Like that. And a clippy clip. Like that. Alright. Oh, there's some eye movers, eh? Alrighty, next one. Come on, tag, you gotta go in. There we go. Right there, and then we'll grab another handful of clips here in a second, because we've used them up. To figure out how many clips I need. Yeah, but that would be a waste of time. Might as well just grab a couple fistfuls. Alright, there's my coffee gone for the day. There we go. Clippy clip. In the actual tag. So this tag basically just tells you like your care instructions and like what the actual makeup of the fabric is. Now the tag here is the makeup of the fabric of the Japanese fabric. The cotton or the canvas on the bottom is actually 100% cotton. So just so everyone's aware, and then the handles are polypropylene, I think. Mostly because it is really hard to source cotton webbing in like any kind of like colors, because of course it's going to take color extremely different. So who's texting me? Watch keeps going, you can do it, time to stand. And it's like, no, I'm working. Yeah, this is the last cotton linen, so that means we're already 7 bags in, which is pretty awesome. Third of the way there. Yeah, alright, dead to me for now. Anything that drops on the floor right now can wait until I do my tie up to get picked up. As long as it's not directly under my foot and getting crushed, we're good. So. Okay. Now, however many cotton there were, what, like 15? And we'll sew, box, and finish the boxes. So I anticipate being able finishing that by what would be 5 p.m. my time, about another 3 hours probably of work. Ooh. So it's kind of terrifying to figure out how long this stuff actually takes me, because it's like I estimate a certain amount for my hourly wage that I include in the cost, of course, because I gotta pay me. But yeah, actually like breaking down the time on this is kind of terrifying. At this point, I think the focus for the restock for this is going to be big bags and small box bags. So, I mean, I have started those kato, and we'll figure out if I can get them finished or not. Obviously, I'm not going to be adding anything more. Large box bags will be post Airdrie now, and that is fine. Eek. Yeah, large box bags, and I will work towards to see if I can get a book sleeve done, and then we're going to finish prototyping and put into production the embroidery bag, which I'm going to make a smaller counterpart for. That will be good for hopefully like circular needles and stuff like that. That's what I was actually thinking of too, because I keep getting asked about needle cases, and I don't typically make needle cases, at least not now, or like as of today. I say as I am like, I'm gonna start making needle cases, but as of today I do not make needle cases, mostly because I've never really found one that like is the right amount of work for production and not an insane amount of money, because it takes a long time to make. Also, everyone is looking for something slightly different, but I think I found something that is satisfactory for production time, as well as like it'll still be just a basic, straightforward needle case, but it's basically going to be like an accordion pouch where you can put in your different sizes. So I am thinking that I may take some twill tape and sew it into the different things, and then I can put like, you can write in the sizing that you'd want, or like what your needle sizing is in that pouch pocket basically. I was like, I'll write it in, and I'm like, no, that actually is something that the person who owns it can do, because then it's like if they don't go above a size 9, they don't need a pouch that has size 9. But if I put the twill tape there, then you can customize it. Very tea. We're getting there. And then any excess zipper will get trimmed down after I do the side seams. So like in this case where there's quite a bit of extra zipper, because it's a closed zipper, I'll trim down the side seam there. It is frozen on my end. There we go. So that'll get trimmed down, because there's no point in keeping that much zipper on the interior. It just will feel weird. It'll just feel weird. Sorry, apparently I've hit the wall for this afternoon. I will get a second wind here soon, and all will be chatty again. But if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat, because that will probably kick off a whole stream of chatter that will hopefully entertain everyone. But yeah, no, I definitely hit my wall for right now. But we're also 4 hours in, and this is about the time that I was really hitting the wall yesterday. I'm like, I need a nap. I need a nap. That's all I could talk about. And then I didn't go nap. We'll see how this next part of the sewing goes. If it goes well, I am going to go have a nap today, because then I can come on tonight and I can actually do the cutting for the small box bags, because that would be beneficial, because then tomorrow we can just do zipper matching and actually starting to sew the small box bags. I just realized that I need to be matching up the canvas on these edges. I'm not going to worry about it on the ones I've already done, but I will do it as I get to them. And now that I'm thinking of it, we'll match them up as we go along here, because that is the smarter decision. Okay, there we go. Like that. Good enough. Alright, so how many more do we actually have left? I think 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey, I called it. Okay, that one's just already lined up. We really only need to clip the ones where it takes a little bit of finessing to get them lined up. Canvas to canvas. But I forgot that that's another vertical line, or yeah, horizontal line that I need to make sure is matched. Okay, there we go. Clip it in, and we're good. 9 more, ha ha ha. Hi cat, how are you? Hi, sweet pea. Well, now we have 2 quality control inspectors on duty and being pests. Sorry, she is going to apparently rub the camera. This is Dahlia. She is 9 pounds soaking wet, if you could get her wet. She is the itty bitty kitty who is the boss of the house, and also is why I named the black cat fabrics Sassy Cat for so long. And at least she's not trying to bite the interfacing today. She can, however, get quite intrusive, so we'll see how it goes. Might have to close her in somewhere. Alright, I need my clips. You move my bag over my clips. Hi. Alright, get your butt out of the camera. Beep beep. Sorry. Try to minimize that. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. What is that? That means that there's 8 left. Sweet. Okay, cat. I gotta trim your nails. They're really, really pointy. Off you go. tighten that top edge first and get it in, and then there we go. Okay, now I got it. Like that. Okay, and then we'll pin this other side, and then next one. Alright, 7 left. Ha ha ha. Pop it in here like that. There. And that one's actually broken, so it's going in the garbage, or at least towards the garbage for now. Like overshot it, so we will get that later when I tidy up the floor again. 6. Da 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 da. Go. Enjoying the calm kind of ASMR of this one, because like I said, I ran out of stories for the day. That's 4 left. we've already swapped out to the white thread. So we got 3 more bags to clip, and then we'll just throw them on the machine. So these big bags, if you haven't really, if I haven't told you about them before, or you're just kind of encountering me for the first time, the big bag, this tote bag size, is really good. Originally intended for, and very good for, the big balls of, yarn. So, Red Heart's, Pound of Love, and the, that size. You can lay them, straight across at the bottom of the bag. The other thought process is that, if you have a bunch of smaller work in progress bags, you can take all of your other works in progress and then put them into, this bag, so you can use the smaller work in progress bags for other things. Those are kind of the 2 main things that I use mine for, is more of a storage for all the other whips. I do have a couple, partially completed blankets in one, I think, but it's mostly just storage for all the other whips I pull out in my other bags when I get distracted by a new cast on, or at least when I did get distracted by a new cast on. So they're really good for that. And then obviously you could use it for basically anything you would like to. They are machine washable. I do suggest air drying them, because that's typically what kind of destroys the interfacing. And to have the bag keep its shape, the interfacing needs to stay good. So I do suggest air drying still. Realistically, you could machine dry, but air drying will just make it last longer. Because as much as the washing machine beats your clothing and washables up, it's actually the dryer that's gonna do more damage anyway. But yeah, you can machine wash cool. Air dry is the suggestion. And you just kind of pop the corners out when you put it to air dry, so that it keeps its shape better. And even with the new canvas bottoms, you're because it's cotton, you're able to machine wash it. And then the cool is suggested because I do not pre-shrink the canvas, because it comes in 10-meter bolts and it's 60 inches wide. So I don't even know if my washing machine would accept that amount of fabric, to be honest. Does a pretty good job with all the other stuff, because I do pre-shrink all the all the Japanese fabric, but I also don't pre-shrink the interior fabric either, because again, that's a 15-meter bolt and it's 108 inches wide, because it's wide back, wide width quilt backing. So that's partly why it's suggested to air dry and just cool wash. But otherwise, they're pretty straightforward. I think these would be, especially with the canvas bottom now, they'll be really good for book bags, or beach bags, or pool bags. All of yeah. Their original intention were these really came, or why I really started making them, was the really big schlanket, sweater blankets and stuff like that. And that was the original intention, is really large oversized sweaters, or if you're a larger bust size, you had more room for yarn and stuff like that. But they're really good for all of those really large projects anyway. So alright, the garage door is closed, so I'm gonna go close my window so it doesn't get colder down here than it already is. Now we can go in and we can sew the side seams of the big bags, because we are done clipping. Done. Alright, what is the better way? This is gonna go with a fairly generous for me seam allowance on these guys. I just realized that no, I want to sew it this way, because that is how I'm gonna see where the canvas actually lines up better. Okay, I'm gonna go in quite a ways because it's a generous wedge that we, like a box edge that we cut on this. Now we're gonna make sure that the canvas lines up down here horizontally. And then we're gonna double stitch over that edge and then kind of come out a little bit, but that does mean that that lining is going to sync up really well. And we are on way too large of a stitch length for side seams, so we will go back over that in a few minutes. Okay, and then make sure that matches, and then that can be evened up when we actually cut the box edge. Alright, we're gonna shuffle this over here, and I am gonna move the, there we go, we're gonna move the microphone behind the laptop a little bit better here so that it's not getting knocked over by the sewing like it was yesterday, because sometimes I do learn new things or learn new tricks. Okay, this one's got a warble in the lining, so we're gonna follow the other seam line here. And up the side of the box bag we go, Or big bag. This is not a box bag. This is in fact a tote bag size. Box bags are a very different beast. Alrighty, the next one. This one doesn't have as many warbles in it, so we'll just do this side. Okay. Sweet. And this is what I mean about this being like one of the easiest kind of start to the finish for these guys. It's just straight seams now. Pretty much done all the fighting that we need to do with this bag. Because the next, most of this is just work now. It's just like getting the side seams done and then getting the box edges cut, and then we'll be good. This direction for this, this. Even up with the canvas here as much as we can. Go. Don't fail me now. At least fail me towards the end of a bag instead of like up in the middle there. That is always an issue. Okay. Do. It's like one of the only times I can actually use my machine at full power too. It's like making sure this gets just to go through sort of thing. It's like the sprint to the finish. Yeah, I definitely need that light for my neck. So this is the machine neck I was talking about, and like the light in it helped a lot, just kind of keeping everything illuminated for video and for me too, actually, because this one spotlight kind of one is pretty harsh actually. It's not exactly the lighting that's easiest on the eyes for me either. Whereas having some in the actual like machine head and neck would be a lot more beneficial. There we go. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more cotton, which means there's what, like 15 left, because there's 7 cotton linen or something like that. So this always comes together a lot faster, which is nice. And yeah, if I get side seams done here super quick, I am going to go for a nap today. And then I'll come back and I'll do the box edges. Because why not? I will be better engaged with the audience, with y'all. You're my audience. And hopefully not making stupid mistakes. Not that any of the like stuff that we had to redo was a mistake. It was just a mess, that's all. I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, one second. That one has to be pulled out because I just had to do a pleat and I don't know how that's gonna look on the exterior. So let's see here what that looks like, because there's quite a bit of excess fabric above the canvas. It's fine. Yeah. Could actually probably ease it out a little bit though, so I will do that while I'm looking at it, and actually then we'll pull these bags out and we'll sew the other side, because why not if I'm already in a stoppage. So I think what I can do for this is I can kind of eke it over a little bit so that there's a little bit more taken up in the seam allowance, and then the fold won't be quite as noticeable. I'll also still move it down towards the there. That'll be better. Do. Yeah. All right. So there's other side. May as well, 'cause, yeah. Really all they need is their boxing. Oh yeah, I've actually gotten through quite a few more than I thought we would had for some reason. Just feels like less, I guess. Alright, let's do this one. This side's a little bit better even up. Okay. Go. Capybara will be next. Flip. Alright, this one needs to be sewn from this side. Just that weave in there. It's okay. Go for it. Thank you for being here, even though this is now an unintentional ASMR stream. You get some nice sewing machine sounds. There we go. I cannot, though, wait to actually go back to Japan and, like, show you guys more of Japan. That's something I'm super excited for. And like, I don't know, I think I'm gonna have to do some like polls about what we actually want to see, or what you all want to see, because like, if I'm doing a solo trip, it is going to be a very rapid trip. It's gonna be in and out, but like, I always like knowing what you guys want to see. I think one of the big things I'm gonna do is I will do a like whole, like maybe Japanese snacks, not review, but just like overview and stuff like that. We'll go and we'll select some, and then I'll do a reaction video, I guess. I really want to try that out for this next trip, and then I definitely want to do that with Dallas when we're there for our next family trip, and like kids are in bed and stuff like that. But yeah, if you have any feedback about what you want to see while I'm there next time, I'm happy. Like, I know it's over almost 2 years basically, but you know, it's always good to start compiling a list before I'm like too late into thinking about what I want to do next. So yeah, but top of the list is definitely like food reaction stuff. So well, the person who is doing some really awesome food content videos right now is Japan Eat. Japan Eat or Japan Eats? I'm not 100% sure, but he's an expat in Japan. And he's been going through and doing a bunch of really cool ones that are exciting. There's the end of the bobbin. That's perfect timing. Because we are at a corner. I'm just going to punt those over the back. Get out of here. Then we'll swap our bobbin thread here because that's what we do. Like this. Like this. And then we're going to clean out some of the fluff. Just keeping it clear of fluff. Should actually help with the bobbin. Speaking of clearing out the fluff, how are we doing underneath? Not too bad, actually. A little bit grungy. Probably should clear it out, but you know, not bad. Let's just close it up and we're going to ignore it for another, I don't know, a few weeks at least, probably a few months. Who am I kidding? Probably 3 to 4 or 5, 6 months. Although yeah, I see that I need to clean my feed dogs and stuff like that. So probably a little bit sooner than that. Because it's all in the back here. Ooh yeah, there's a big chunk. Alright, so yeah, I'll take the plate off and we'll clear that up. I don't know, in a few weeks. Not right now. Right now, we're gonna get these all closer to actually finishing their side seams, and we're gonna set up the bobbin so that we can wind to the next bobbin. Go down and through. Here. Actually, now I'm in the eternal debate of what do I listen to next for an audiobook? So I just finished actually physically, ebook reading, so but reading, not listening to Spin the Dawn by Elizabeth Lim, and that was really good. So I just actually bought the second one, which is Unravel the Dusk, which is then it's a duology. So I'll read that next. I'm thinking I'll read that while I'm getting kids to bed and stuff like that. That's where I should be using my ebook the most in some ways. And travel. It's really good for travel. But yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna listen to next for audiobooks. Although I don't listen to audiobooks as much when I'm live streaming, so that definitely reduces my consumption. Although I can't imagine that I'm going to be doing chatty live streams all the time. We'll probably go back to the ASMR ones in the afternoons, later in the year. Not right now. Right now I still feel like being chatty. Although realistically, you are experiencing an ASMR stream right now anyway, since I'm not chatting that much. Okay, we are down to the last one that has oh no, actually that was the last one with the second seam, so we're just going to trim and punt over the edge. And then we'll continue on with these guys that need to have both seams done. That's high, that's how this works. Start with this side, and up like this, and down like this, and in. And now, after seeing that like Kyoto Marathon medal, I really wish I was doing Kyoto Marathon this year. Should look at the ones from the past few years and see if they're just as good, because like that one is particularly amazing, to be honest. Although there's like a 6-hour time limit on it, so I don't think I'm not there quite yet. So it's not like I'd be able to run it right now anyway. But that does kick my butt into gear to make sure that like I'm definitely, like, I gotta get faster. Not like I didn't know that already, but that's like a major incentive to make sure that I'm doing my speed training. So I'll focus in on making sure that I get faster in my half. And then like the endurance training for the marathon will also help with that too, because it's like, at least with my running, yes, I'm slow, but like I was very consistent in what my timing actually was, or my like miles per, like minutes per mile. So that's good too. They just gotta get faster. If I was consistent, they just need to be faster, which is good. Well, that's something that can be worked on in the next few years. It's not like we're gonna go and run Kyoto next year or anything like that. We don't. Signing up and training for a marathon is not cheap. Everyone always says that like running is one of the most successful, and it really is if you're not doing races. Besides like your shoes, always make sure you have good shoes if you can. But like it doesn't really require any other equipment if you're not doing races. But prepping and running races is a whole other beast of like stuff. So good. Oh no, it needs to be caught up there a little bit. We skipped a little bit just up at the very top here around the zipper, so I just gotta scooch a little bit, and it's actually bunched. Carry that through. There we go. Well, since I've had to redo that anyway, we'll turn this around and do the other sides of these two, because for these three, why not? Actually, I wonder if I can convince my friend that's there to do the Kyoto Marathon with us. That would be kind of cool. Should find out if she's a runner, because I don't actually know if she is. She might be. That would be cool. Kyoto, well, honestly, if you're coming in for a race, it's not that far out. It's a little bit far out for like a casual visit, I think is the thing that's been the past couple times, because we met in Osaka instead. So but Kyoto's kind of like northeast of Osaka, north for sure, by like another 40 minutes or so, and then like transiting around the city to figure out where you actually need to go and things. So unstitched, and then we'll move on to the next grouping. But yeah, so the Osaka one, which is like my second choice one then for Japan now. Mostly because like I lived halfway between Kyoto and Osaka. So Osaka was on my radar already, but for some reason I missed that there's a Kyoto marathon. I swear I looked to see if there was one, but apparently missed it somehow. It's not like when I searched it, it showed right up. But anyway, Kyoto goes by all the like historical sites, but Osaka marathon's really cool because you start and finish in the actual like Osaka castle town, which is really cool. Oh, and my phone just died. All right, let's plug it in. I thought it was plugged in. Okay, whatever. Plug it in, and then we can focus in on my face for a little bit. Hello. Let's move the camera, the phone, out of the way. I like how my label maker, so I've got the thermal printer up here, but it is out of labels. So it's like, hey, I need labels, or else I'm not going to work. It's like, I know. Of course I ran out of like labels right when I was doing all my shipping for Christmas, or like Boxing Week sale. I'm like, of course you would. So I need to order some more, or go buy some more from Staples or something like that. Four more cotton bags, and then what, seven cotton linen or whatever it is. See how long it takes for the actual like phone to, oh, I should actually see, it might have overheated instead. Is it charging? Hello? Oh yeah, okay, it's just turning on now. Okay, I'll set it down here so I can keep an eye on it. But you get face cam for a little bit, and probably all the I don't even know what kind of expressions my face makes when I'm sewing, but I'm sure there are some expressions you would not see on my face otherwise. Let's go with that. That is a flattering way of saying that there's probably a bunch of stuff that's really wonky. Alright, last cotton. First half of the last cotton one, and then we're going to be going into the cotton linen, and then we will be going in and doing the wedging for these guys finally, which means that I will actually be getting to get to the lining and interfacing for the small box bags tonight, which is good. Alright. Because there's only like 7 of them. just gonna leave that alone. I don't know what you're involved in, but we'll figure you out later. Like, there's a bunch of, like, fabric in there that should be not pockets. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but whatever. I need to actually, I, like, sorted out my whip bins and then completely destroyed any organization I had of my own whip bins by, like, stuffing a bunch of other stuff in there. So it's kind of a pointless exercise. And now I'm just, like, looking into the work in progress bin right now, and I'm like, what's this for? And it's like, oh. I guess we'll find out when we actually, like, reorganize again on Monday. Stal said he was going to come down and help me, like, tidy up down here, because he was, like, shocked, because it's like, I tidied up, and he saw it. It was nice and clean and everything. I cleaned the carpets, everything. It was really nice. And then he came down and he's like, oh, the kids really destroyed it, hey? And I'm like, yes. And this is typically why I don't end up, like, really doing... Oh, is that... That must be this, right? No. There's... Oh, what's this? Like, what is in the way of the camera? But it's all the cables around the camera. There we go. Anyway, yeah, it's like... It's such a, like, self-defeating thing to, like, tidy up, and then the kids come down and it's just a disaster right afterwards. Because it's like, I do my best to keep stuff out of their reach and things, because obviously there's a lot of stuff that they cannot get into down here. But then there's all the stuff that's like, they just, it's such a moving target that it's hard, and then they climb up on desks, and it doesn't matter how high I put stuff sometimes. So, and then that's when it's like, nope, we're getting out of the basement, done for the day, or the week sometimes. That seems like it probably needs a little bit more on the side there. Let's see where we're at. Did we pick up at least part of the seam all the way down? We did. Good. Okay. I don't need to worry about that. This one. The hedgehogs. Yay, hedgies. Let's get you lined up and in and going. Go. Now, granted, I am not a tidy sewer. If you've seen me go, it's just like, here, throw this on the floor. Those clips fall, they're dead to me until I tidy up, sort of thing. So, like, I am part of the problem. There's no denying that. But I am not the full problem right now. The big one I need to tidy up right now is crayons. Although I did take like 2 minutes and tidy up the chalk that they had dumped all over the floor the other day. Because it's been nice enough, like we were out drawing with sidewalk chalk before we left for Florida, so. But of course they dumped the box to get to the pieces that they actually wanted. So I did finally pick those up because I was just like, okay, these are underfoot way too much right now. So it'll feel good to come down. I think maybe I'll take Sunday myself and do some of it, and then we'll do a really good push through on Monday. I think it's gonna probably serve the best. You have a new message. Oh, my phone just turned back on. We're gonna let it charge for a little bit longer, and then we'll go in and get it back on the collab cam and everything like that, because one thing about using it along with the when it's plugged in for the streaming is that it does tend to like overheat and not charge anyway. So we'll make sure it's got at least a little bit of charge before we start that. Alright, sweet. We're almost to the end of this like one side seam at least. Which means that we can do the second side seam. And then we'll do the boxing for the big bags. Getting these done today will be amazing because I thought that I would get these done yesterday, so I'm kind of a day behind, but that's just seems to be how it goes a lot of the time. And it was just you working on it. You just gotta roll with it. Alright, last one for the first side seam. Okay, we're gonna get rid of all these. Actually, we'll get rid of those clips after I do this one. There's no point in doing it this before this bag, so they're not really in the way. Nice line up there. Alright, let's go. Okay, good. I was like, wait, did I wind my other bobbin? And it's like, yes, I have wound my other bobbin. Okay, now we're gonna do a sharp pivot because there's quite a bit of extra fabric here. There we go. Whee! Alright. Now we're gonna go to the other side. So I am gonna clip these in between just because it's gonna be easier to manage than trying to like chain piece everything while it's chain piece on the other side. Chain piecing is actually something that a hack I picked up from quilting, and basically it just means that like they're all pieced together, and so it uses a lot less thread, and in some ways it is far more time efficient as well because you're just, again, you're just head down going straight sort of thing. I'm gonna grab all of these clips and put them in the bin. There we go. It is less disruptive because we don't actually have to go pick up any kiddos today, so I don't have to worry about leaving right at 5 like I did yesterday. I just realized I have been streaming for almost the same amount of time as yesterday, actually. Or actually, I think I pushed 6 hours, although that didn't sound good. So, you know, Dallas is with them. He can deal with it. Almost there. You should be standing in. No. No, I should not. Okay. That one's stitched, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Here. And then we'll start on this other side. And then we'll do the things we need to do, and then we'll finish the bags. I feel like that gnome doing that, this is very specific reference probably, but there's like the gnome doing the business thing. We'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then profit. And they're like, what about step 3? And it's like, I don't know. It's like, we'll do this and this on the bait bags, and then profit. Oh no. I guess I'll have to find that and actually post a link to it, because otherwise, like, out of context, that's gonna make, even in context, that makes absolutely no sense. I don't know if that was even context for it, because it just popped into the brain. Okay, let's get these done. Then I can sleep. Actually, once these side seams are done, I'm gonna go get a snack. And then I'll come down and box the edges, and then dinner. just gonna finish. Let's just finish. Actually, that was one of the really awesome things about, there was like mileage signs at every single mile for the marathon for Disney. So it was really nice, like just having that mile marker to be like a motivator. And there's some miles where I was like, whoa, that was a mile. And then there's some miles I was like, oh, that was a mile. And yes, there are typically kilometer markings for like half and full marathons. But, I don't know. I know in some ways that like it's the same distance, but 26 miles sounds a lot more achievable than 42 kilometers. I don't know why. I'd also been training in miles over the summer because I was like, okay, well, we're going to be running in miles and all the pace requirements are in miles, so I may as well train in miles because I can swap my watch back and forth like easy peasy, no big deal, right? So I'll probably for the summer for this year train in, well, my long runs that I'm going to be doing are will be in miles just because that's how the training program is set up because I'm using an American program. But then my shorter runs I'll just I'll run in Ks because most of it's just interval timing anyway. It doesn't really matter distance wise, it's just time wise what I need to do. Just about there. Nope, we're out of bobbin thread. That means we're not gonna get anywhere. Bob and change time. There's the bobbin. There's the new bobbin. The bobbin is now in. Bobbin in. Bobbin on. Sounds like some sort of like children's book. Okay, pull the thread. Restart here with a like. There we go. That's better. Actually, it is looking like I need to change my needle. So we will finish off this round of side seams and then snack and then needle. Alright. Like, why am I getting notifications? But that's because the camera's off. Oh yeah, we've only got 2 more side seams. And then it's snack time. And then I'll go get, and then I'll change the needle. And then we'll box all the big bags. And then we will sew all the boxing. And then profit. Not really. Then we'll turn them and we'll finish them. I will find that comic while I'm like on break. And then I can post it in the chat at least. I don't know if the links work in the chat or not, but I'll post it with like the title so you can find it easier. Alright. Second last scene. bobbin winding because this is a nice straightaway. Ugh. No, come here. No, bobbin thread. Don't get wound around the frickin' shaft. Ugh. Okay, no, that has to come off. That was terrible. Okay. Trim that off. Pull it off. Yee. Alright. Well, at least there wasn't too much on there yet. Okay, get this done and on and through. There you go. There we go. Okay. Side seams are done. So now, snack needle boxing. So I'm going to put this to BRB because there is no cat to entertain you right now, and I will be a little bit longer because I also need to go to the washroom. My phone is already at 40%, so I'll also make sure that that gets set up when I come back. So I'll see you in probably about 15 minutes. am back. I'm gonna put us on intermission so that I can actually get the phone plugged back in. That was just a longer break because Dallas, when I went upstairs, he was like, I need to actually go out and get Felix's water bottle. So let's get this reset for like actually being on stream. Because apparently I actually didn't. I hadn't unjoined the stream. Get this up in here. Get it plugged in. Dallas is going to start dinner, so I'm going to do as much work as I can basically until dinner, and then I'll probably call it for the day because I am tired. To be quite blunt. Okay. It is getting cold down here. Much colder than it was upstairs. So that's the other thing is I need to go upstairs so I can warm up. Hi, let me shrink the webcam, please. It's like, I refuse to shrink it. I'm supposed to be able to shrink this without you like seeing me do it. There we go. And I can turn on the collab cam, which is the camera that actually shows the sewing desk. Alright. There's me. There's the sewing desk. We are going to zoom in for the sewing desk because hi, you don't need to see the mess behind the sewing desk. There we go. Now we're focused in more on the actual desk. All right, transition. Hi, we're back. Turn studio mode off here and exit full screen. Okay, yeah, I need to like get working so that my body warms up because holy, it is gotten chilly down here today. And then I will go up and help Dallas with bedtime and all of that. Okay. Still no stories to tell. Besides the fact that like all of these have now had both their seams done. So now it is the boxing of the bags. So I go through, I don't wedge my bags before I sew them. I wedge them after I sew them. Which means that, I don't know, it just means that my wedges line up better, I guess. It's just how how my brain worked when I originally started. Still seems to be the most efficient way for me to do it versus like trying to make it, I don't know. It works for me, so that's just how the style that we're sticking with. So as you saw, I finished all those side seams, and now we'll go in and we'll trim up the actual cutout that I need to do. And yes, I could put them together and just sew them, but that doesn't work for my brain either. Cutting them just works better all around for me. So if you do a different way, I am glad that you have found a way that works for you. There we go. There's 3 more. Okay, and here's some more. They just keep coming. And there we go. Alright, there's the remainder of them. They're all connected. So just trim up this. That thread is wrapped the wrong way. There we go. Now it's fixed. I probably knocked it around when I was pulling these off the floor. Chilly, chilly, chilly. It was this cold it wasn't this cold yesterday, or it's warmer than it was yesterday, but the basement is like cooler right now. I mean, actually run back up and grab my toque just so it keeps my fingers warm for this. So I will go do that. I will be right back with a toque. I'm gonna put the intermission on so you know I'm coming back sooner. That's gonna help significantly with my fingers because my fingers are cold. That's actually what's getting me right now is the fingers. Felt like that vibrated. Okay. So all the snaps back out of the way, and I need my square. I think I might actually have. There's the big bag. Cuts. And there is an air erase pen. So now we'll pull. Actually, I can't use the air erase pen because it's purple. I need. Oh, I need my pink chalk or my chalk. Is there chalk up here? I think there might be chalk up here. 1 second. Oh yeah, there's some chalk. Okay, we can use this piece here that's all beaten up because it'll work. It still works. There we go. Like that. Okay. But yeah, I can't use that air erase, at least on the exterior, because it's purple and that's not going to show up on the black. So I'm going to trim down this zip. Hey Delia, how are you? Like that on both sides. And then what I typically do is I line up the bottom seam and the side seams, and then I only cut. I cut all, like both exterior and interior at the same time. What I do with the where did the template go? It must have flung off when I like set this down, hey? Oh, of course. Okay. Oh, there it is. It's under my foot. Aha. Ooh. All right. So what we're gonna do is we'll mark this. So I guess realistically, I could have marked this on the other side. The whatever. The interior could have been the actual marking space, but we'll mark it with on the canvas. That's fine. Chalk is cheaper than the air erasing markers, to be blunt, so probably better to use the chalk. I do like the little chalk pens a little bit better, but this also creates like very little waste because realistically you should use up at least 90 to 95% of the chalk. It's a little bit of waste, but not quite the same as like the chalk pens, because the chalk pen's actually like a cartridge that you use. And again, we're still trying to like reduce our, not necessarily the consumption, but the use of like our waste. Dahlia, honey, your nails are too sharp right now. I'm sorry. And now is not cuddling time. Cuddling time will come when I'm done sewing. Okay, there it is lined up. Trim. So if anyone needs any like canvas scraps, let me know. I am more than happy to provide them. Okay, there's the line up there. Then we'll line up the bottom here. Trim them up. And now they'll be ready to sew the box edges. We're also going to thin out that canvas there because it's not lined up anyway. So let's bring the seam allowance in a little bit, like the amount that's in the seam down, because that'll make the interior of the bag nicer. Do the same on the other side. We'll trim down at least the canvas here. There we go. And there is one bag ready to go. Kind of. And then next. This one is pretty good for its zipper, although we could trim down the seam allowance of the zipper right here. Which is what we're going to do. We'll just go right down this direction. Trim down the canvas as well, because that'll keep the interior nicer. I think actually what I'm going to do, because these are two very different weights, is we're going to actually take a couple bags and we'll do 3 exteriors and 3 interior cuts. Because I'm just looking at it like that will actually be easier to line up than the interior exterior of each bag. So what we'll do is we'll line up like this bottom seam right here, and then there's the side seams lined up right there, and then we'll line up the side seam here like that. There we go. Get this in here. This is a little bit easier when I have like a desk to work on, but we do not have a desk to work on right now because it's covered with stuff. So that is the goal for tidying up on Monday, is to get that desk uncovered to make life for this stuff easier. There we go. And then zoom and zoom, and then we'll do the same on this side. Okay, there we go, and then we'll go here, and then I'll go through and I'll do all the interiors afterwards. Actually, is what I'll do. And in that case, we will use the Airdrie erasing marker, because that will make life easier there. Oh yeah, two bags is enough anyway, because that's gonna get really hard to start cutting with that third bag layer, because it's basically like, this is currently 4 layers of canvas, and 6 layers would be a stretch with these scissors. They could do it, but my hands would wear out really fast, so. Okay, and then we'll go in and we'll do interiors now, and then we'll do the next round. There we go. Alright, is this still working, or did it actually dry out? Looks like it actually dried out. Okay. So they're not invincible, but they do take a while to like actually dry out. So if I leave the cap off overnight, it's not a big deal, but make sure to cap it as soon as I find, or I get back in the space sort of thing and realize. But that's one that I had lost a cap for like a while ago, probably around Knit City actually. So it has been off for a while. Okay, yeah, the hat was a good decision, at least, definitely. Okay, so this one is, seam allowances are actually good. I was like, they're different, but no, they're not. We're good there. Okay, we'll put it up like that, and then Dahlia, do not scratch my chair. Hey, hey, idiot, dude, go. If it's not the kids, it's the cats, and that's like accidents, getting in the space. It's like, just chill, we can cuddle once I'm up from downstairs, don't worry. Basically, I just use this template, and then that's like the amount that I cut off, and then we box it, obviously. So that's what creates, this is what creates the wedges. And yes, the side seams don't exactly match up, so we'll just finesse the side seams on both sides to match, and then we'll just trim it down. This is where we probably could do more layers than 2 bags worth, simply because of course it's quilting cotton, so it is lighter. but whatever. It's all good. Okay, there we go. Alright. There's them done. And ready. Now we'll do crepe caps and capybara, because why not? They are right here. I'm gonna turn this light a little bit more onto the actual projects. Okay, and I'm gonna scoot the laptop, which is fine because it's basically the face cam. There we go, and now it's balanced against the tripod for the ring light, and then this gives me that little bit of extra space on my sewing desk that I would normally have if the laptop was up, but I do feel like the sound quality is probably better. Okay, these are so different, we're just going to do them separately. Anyway, I feel like the sound quality is a little bit better with the microphone like right here in my face or close to my face, so it's not that big a surprise. Yeah, I'll do this one like this because honestly it's going to be tough to match up these black bottom like seams. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just do a stack of all the exteriors and then we can turn it around and just do a stack of the interiors. I don't know what actually would be faster. It's always so tough to tell because it changes every single time too, because there's always some sort of quirk with each batch that gets done. They're all very similar, but there's always something just a bit different. And honestly, this is the first time working really with the canvas too in any kind of like quantities, so I also don't need to wear my hand out cutting it, to be honest. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to set these aside and we'll do the interiors afterwards. I think we're going to stack all of the ones so that we have the exteriors facing. We'll do stacks of 5 maybe? Stacks of 5. Let's do stacks of 5 and then I can trim down the zippers individually as they kind of come in. So we don't need that much excess zipper on the interior of these bags. Like that. And then the next one. There's one ready to go. 2 ready to go. And that one can be trimmed down as well. Again, not insane amounts, but just enough because you don't need like an extra 3/4 of an inch of a zipper on the bag. Oh, this one I can. Okay, got caught. That's what I would be worried about right now. Recap this air erasing because we're not going to use it right away, so there's no point in leaving it exposed to the air. So that was 3, 4. There we go. And 5. We've already done what, like 3 or 4, so I was like, we should be doing this in like multiples of 7 because I'm pretty sure it's 21 bags, but since we've already prepped a few, this is the better option. Alright, so let's get this in here. There's the bottom seam, there's the side seam. and zip. And then we're gonna cut these individually instead of batch cutting them. So that is the one area where it would be beneficial to cut them before, is that I would just be able to do like a bunch at once. But each bag is an individual, and so that's why we cut the bag, like the wedging, now instead of then. At least that's what I'm sticking to. That's why we do it. But this way for sure it's like it matches the bag rather than matching like a predetermined set of measurements if it doesn't come together in that fashion. There we go. And actually, since I'm using a chalk, you can just go through and mark all of these wedges to cut. At least we're now to like a chill part of like the prep, kind of. Gotta do this, and then we sew the boxes, and then we turn the bag and sew the finishing seam, and will be done. That's the awesome part, is we're in like 3 steps from the end, basically. I hope you've enjoyed the journey of like making these big bags. Tomorrow will be small box bags. And then, yeah, we'll see where we go from there. Well, it'll be small box bags. Small box bags for a couple days, and then we'll see what we get done on Friday, probably is what'll happen. So, go. Actually, Friday we'll be installing snaps on the needle stashers and getting the truck packed for the actual show, because that also needs to happen. This one's got a lot of excess. So this is part why I wanted to actually move towards the zipper tape as well, is because like there was, for a lot of these bags, too much excess zipper. So if you've been seeing how much I've been cutting off the other bags that have the zipper tape, like I just cut about 4 inches off of this one. And like, yes, I could get a zipper tape that would fit this bag better, but the thing is that holding that stock is another like expense, because you have to buy that zipper tape, whereas it's like, well, at least this zipper I know fits this bag, and it also fits the like large box bag, and it has the extra to be able to like be sewn in too, because of course there's always a little bit of shifting. So yeah, so the zipper tape was also a bid to make sure that like I wasn't like having to cut off as much either. Well, no, that's not necessarily perfect, but it's a lot better than having to cut that off of every single bag. So here's that. Alright, here is Capybara, Sensei. Needs a bit of a trim down and a trim down in the actual seam allowance as well. Make the interior nice. Go. This one needs a trim down of the seam as well. Start here, and then actually now let's add one more. Why not? One more to the pile. Not like they don't all have to be trimmed down. That one missed on the side seam, so it goes into the side for right now. Because I can't actually take it on the sewing table to sew. So once we've cut these ones, I'll bring it back and we'll just pick up that side seam. Just make sure. There we go, we're good. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, I think that does put us at like 2/3 of what we need to cut, which is good because I just want to get these guys done and move on with our production schedule. Go. Although it sounds like Dallas might need some backup. So maybe what I'll do is I will finish here. Actually, yeah, because he's cooking dinner. So I'm going to call it here for now. And I will come back after dinner and we will do some more of this trim up for the wedging, and also if we get to it we'll start doing the linings for the small box bags. I hope you guys all enjoyed when I was around, and I will chat with y'all in hopefully like, I don't know, a couple hours or so. So have a good night.